Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
The state of California versus Reales Dominguez, and we have the defendant present with attorney Hutchinson and prosecutors Demora and Vanderhook, and 17 members of our jury present. 15 minutes ago, I had a conversation here in court about traffic on the freeways, and I heard I-80 was a mess, I heard I-5 was a mess, and I was surprised when I got the calls just a second ago that we're all ready to go. So I'm sorry if you had trouble getting in, but it's great to see all of you here. And we have another day of work and we're ready to go. So thank you for your service. And let's go ahead and get back into the defense case. And Mr. Hutchinson, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls Ava Bendis.
Okay, let's get the witness. Okay, good morning. Come on in, Ms. Bendis. If you can stand here at the podium right before me. Thank you. I'm going to ask the clerk to give you an oath. After you take the oath, then I want you to sit in the witness stand here, and we have two lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause not being for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record. Spell them both.
Ava Bendis, A-V-A-B-I-N-D-A-S.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Bendis.
I'm Dr. Bendis.
Dr. Bendis, thank you. Go ahead and bring your chair in and get comfortable, relax. The mic's perfect. We'll be able to pick you up.
Okay.
And thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct examinations.
Good morning. What do you do for a living?
I currently work at the University of Southern California, where I'm a communications analyst for a group of economic researchers.
And how long have you had that position?
Just under a year.
I'd like to direct your attention to spring of 2023. Where did you work then?
I worked at the University of California, Davis.
And in what capacity?
I was a PhD candidate in the English department, and my employment was as an associate instructor teaching an English class.
And did you ultimately earn your PhD?
Correct, I did.
When did you earn your PhD?
In June 2024.
As a PhD candidate, did you have teaching responsibilities?
Yes.
In the spring of 2023, what classes did you teach?
I taught one class, English 3003 was the class number. It was called Introduction to English Literature.
And when, if you recall, did the spring quarter begin?
I believe early April.
I'm going to show you an exhibit here, ma'am, just 1 minute. Defense Exhibit X. And this is a student schedule. There is a class ENL003.
Okay.
Did you teach that class?
I did.
And where was that class held? Was it Bowman Hall?
Correct, yes.
Room 027?
Yes.
And on what days and times did that class meet?
Mondays and Wednesdays. Apparently 4 to 6. I don't actually remember.
You do remember that it is...
It was on Mondays and Wednesdays. I remember that.
Did you have a student in your class by the name of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I did.
So assuming that this is Carlos Reales Dominguez's schedule for the spring of 2023, would that mean that you met Mondays and Wednesdays from 4:10 p.m. to 6 p.m.?
Yes, it would.
And based on your memory, is that consistent with the general time that you remember this class meeting?
Yes.
Was this the first class you taught as a PhD candidate?
No.
How many previous classes have you taught?
As a sole instructor or in any capacity?
Sole instructor.
I had taught the previous year, so like the school year 2022, I had taught 3 sections of a writing course in the writing program, and then in 2023 school year, this was my 3rd time teaching this English class, so it was my 6th time teaching a class independently.
And how old were you in the spring of 2023?
28.
So, describe the room 027 where this class was held. What type of room was it? How was it set up?
It was a relatively small classroom. I would say approximately 2/3 of the room we're in right now, maybe even a half. Square, pretty square. There was chalkboards in the room and also a projection apparatus at the front, projection screen. Students were seated in standalone chair desks with the desk that could fold up and down.
Let me stop you there. You're gesturing with your right hand. Is that the desk where you can sit down and there's a little writing board that you can fold down to take notes and write on?
Correct, and I think occasionally they would be on the left side, but most were on the right.
Approximately how many desks were in the room?
Between 25 and 30, I would guess.
Okay. And where did you lecture from? The front of the room?
Yes, there was a table and a podium at the front of the room.
So, assuming I'm you standing at the podium,
Okay.
where is the entrance or entrances to the classroom?
Back of the room. Like, sorry, I'm in the podium right now. I know my brain's not. If I'm in the front of the room,
You stand at the podium. Okay, so,
front of the room, the door is to the back to the left.
okay, so if you're, now I'm you again.
Okay.
I'm lecturing facing to the doors to the back left.
Correct.
And was there only one entrance in and out of that classroom?
Yes.
Was Mr. Reales Dominguez in your class on the first day?
No.
Is it common for students to, well, when did he join your class, if you recall?
the second week of instruction.
Is that uncommon for students to join a class on the second week of instruction?
No, it is extremely common during the first 3 weeks.
Why is it extremely common?
This class meets a very general writing requirement and is not important. It doesn't count towards any major. So a lot of students from a lot of different majors would just try to fill it to meet this requirement. It was kind of disposable, I guess, but people are just moving their schedules around a lot depending on if they get added or dropped.
Would you agree that for undergrad courses, there are some courses that are more challenging than others?
I would.
How would you describe this course in terms of the overall challenge that a student enrolling would face?
It wasn't an easy A, but it was not a challenging B.
Prior to the first day he was in your class, had you ever seen Carlos Reales Dominguez before?
No.
Had you ever heard his name?
No.
Do you recall the first day you saw him?
Yes.
Was there anything about his appearance and behavior on that first day that struck you as unusual?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I observed that he was wearing a hoodie with the hood up, and his hair was longer, and the hoodie kind of pinned his hair as to cover a lot of his face. He was also wearing a mask, like a face mask, that was, pulled up over his nose, and so the result was I didn't get to see much of his face.
What type of hoodie was he wearing?
A dark colored hoodie.
Did it have any logos on it?
Yes.
What logos did it have on it?
I remember it had the Playboy bunny emblem, like the bunny head with the ear.
Was it one Playboy bunny logo, or were there multiple logos over the hoodie?
I only recall one.
So his appearance struck you as unusual. How about his behavior? And I'm focusing on the first day here.
His behavior also struck me as unusual.
How so?
He was very reserved, and I begin all my classes, including the first day that Carlos was in my class, with a reading quiz to ensure students did the reading. Since I didn't recognize him, therefore recognized him as new, I remember I went and handed him a quiz and gave him instructions and assured him that this wouldn't count against him because I recognized that he was new to the class.
Let me stop you there. Given that he was new to the class and hadn't received the previous assignments, why did you have him do a reading quiz?
That's how I kept attendance. And so I communicate that, and I handed him the quiz, but in that interaction, he didn't have any body language or any verbal language that suggested that he was listening to me or was comprehending what I was saying. He was extremely reserved and stoic.
Did he make eye contact with you?
No.
Did he verbally respond to anything you said?
No.
Did that strike you as unusual?
Yes.
And did he remain like that throughout the entire class?
Do you mean that class period?
Yes, the class period.
Yes.
Did you, again focusing on the first day, did you make any further effort to get him to communicate during the first day?
Yes.
What did you do?
I asked him because I ask every student, every class. We were working on our poetry unit, and so I put the poem that was assigned up on the board. I don't remember what poem it was, but I asked every student to share one observation about the poem. I remember, and just snake around the room in order. I remember asking him to observe anything about the poem and was met with a similar non-response.
Did you then move on, or did you keep trying to get him to give a response?
I kept trying to get him to give a response.
Okay. How much effort did you put into trying to get him to give a response?
It's hard question to answer or to quantify, but a fair amount of effort. It is important to me that all my students answer, so I did implore him multiple times.
Where were you in relation to him when you're trying to get him to answer?
After his initial non-response, where I had first asked from the front, from behind the podium where I was making observations and writing them down, I then moved in front of the podium and towards his desk. So I moved closer as I was repeatedly asking him.
Did he make eye contact with you?
No.
Did he ultimately respond verbally at all?
I don't remember on that first day, but this was a pattern on all of the classes that he attended, and occasionally he would say something along the lines of, I don't have an observation, or something just to...
Let's focus again on the first day. Did he do anything disruptive?
No.
Did he do anything beyond his concerning appearance and behavior? Did he do anything explicitly threatening in any way?
No.
Did he appear to make an effort to take the reading test?
Yes.
At some point, did you grade those tests?
Yes.
While you were grading the test, did you notice something unusual?
Yes.
What did you notice?
When I was entering the quiz scores and therefore taking attendance, I noticed that one of the quizzes that did not have any of the answers filled out had a name that I didn't recognize and also did not appear on my course roster.
You said it had a name you did not recognize. What do you mean by that?
It was a name I had never seen before, and it was not, nor was it on my roster.
When you say a name, was it a first and last name of some sort?
I don't remember.
As you sit here today, do you remember what name was on that quiz?
No, I do not.
Did you make any effort to try to determine who in your class filled out a quiz with a different name?
Yes.
What did you do?
I used process of elimination and scored all of the other quizzes, entering those scores, and then the only name that didn't have a score entered was also a new name on my roster, which was Carlos, and so I marked him as present for that day.
So by process of elimination, you determined that the person who used a different name on this quiz was Carlos Reales Dominguez.
I did.
Although you don't remember the specific name, was it anything that can be considered short for Carlos Reales Dominguez?
No.
Anything that would be considered close for Carlos Alejandro Reales Dominguez?
No.
When you saw the fact that he used a different name, did that strike you as unusual?
Yes.
Why?
Most students, by the time they're in college, know how to indicate their correct name on an exam.
If this was the second week, can you give us an approximate date of when this first class would have been?
April 10th.
Is that approximate, or do you remember?
I looked at my syllabus before coming here from that time.
So on April 10th was the day when he did that quiz with a different name.
Correct.
Do you know what happens to that quiz, the physical copy?
No.
Have you attempted to locate it?
I'll do my best to answer this question. I'm not exactly sure how to answer it.
Let me ask you this. At some point later on, did you become aware that Carlos Reales Dominguez had been arrested?
Yes.
And at that point, did you provide all the documents you had to somebody?
Yes, I did. UC Davis requested them.
And who did you provide them to?
I provided them to my lawyer,
Okay. And what's your lawyer's name?
Dan Olmos.
Can you use that again?
Dan Olmos.
I don't want you to guess, but do you have an explanation for why that initial quiz may not have been included in the materials you provided Mr. Holmes?
I almost certainly recycled it
Why do you think you almost certainly recycled it?
because it was a very low stakes quiz with no answers and a name that didn't match my roster. It was scratch paper.
So at that point, do you think there was any reason to retain?
No, there was no reason to retain it.
I'd like to, so if April 10th was the first day, all the other classes would have been on
Subsequent Mondays and Wednesdays.
Let's describe the subsequent classes. Did Mr. Reales Dominguez appear, well, did he ever dress differently in any of your classes?
No,
Did he always wear the hoodie with the mask and hair hanging down?
yes,
Did you ever actually get a good look at Carlos Reales Dominguez's face?
no,
Were there times when you would get him to respond to some extent?
yes.
Can you describe that?
These responses always came after multiple appeals for a response. They were almost always just name an observation about a poem. That's what we were doing. And the responses were generally short and didn't contain relevant substance.
Were they responses you would expect from a college student?
I don't know how to answer that question.
For a college student who was engaged in your class, are the responses you would expect?
No, they were disengaged responses.
On subsequent tests, did he use the name, his real name?
Yes,
Did you grade those tests?
I did.
How did he do on those tests?
Not well.
Okay. What do you mean by not well?
These quizzes were always very short, usually no more than 10 points, sometimes fewer. But I remember that his scores were usually below 50%.
Can you describe his answers that he would give?
Incorrect, but sometimes they were incorrect in a way that I would expect, and sometimes they were confusing or unexpected.
So some of them seem like wrong answers that any college student could get.
Correct.
Let's talk about the ones that were incorrect in a different way. What do you recall about them?
In some part, very little, only because they didn't make sense. And I'm an expert in parsing language, and very little would register, especially, yeah.
Do you recall any specific questions regarding a specific word and what it means?
Are you asking about, yes.
What do you recall?
There is a question that I ask about an Emily Dickinson poem where I ask students to define the term impregnable.
And what does impregnable mean?
It means not able to be breached, like a structure you can't enter.
Do you recall Mr. Reales Dominguez's response?
Yes.
What was his response?
I think his response, to paraphrase, was something along the lines of a woman who cannot get pregnant.
When you saw that response, what did you think to yourself?
I mean, it's kind of funny. And that is a pretty typical college student. I didn't do the reading answer.
Would you also agree that maybe a response perhaps an elementary student might?
Yeah, it's trying to sound out the word by breaking it down into subsequent pieces. Again, it's somebody who didn't do the reading and is taking a stab at it.
As a PhD, does the word impregnable have anything to do with getting pregnant or not?
No. It's kind of a trick question I put on my quizzes, though, for this exact reason.
Anything else bizarre about the questions he got wrong that you can remember specifically today?
No, just that, well, the impregnable example I would categorize as something that is expected. But then I think on the very same quiz, I don't remember the actual breakdown, but right next to an answer that I could understand, or at least understand why it was incorrect, there would be an answer that I couldn't even recognize as language.
You said you couldn't even recognize it as language. What do you mean by that?
There were English letters together in word-like units that were not comprehensive to me as English.
The answers that were in English, were they very simple?
Yes,
Were they very concrete?
I don't recall.
And was this sort of answers consistent with every test you took? Or
Yes.
every quiz you took? Did you ever have an occasion where you saw his mask come down at all?
Not that I recall.
Did students in your class have to work in groups?
Yes, I often had them break into small groups.
Do you recall an incident where Mr. Reales Dominguez was in a group? Was in a group?
Yes.
Did you observe him in a group?
Yes.
In that group setting, did he do anything different than how he engaged with you?
In one instance that I can remember, he seemed more engaged with the group in some way, like he was potentially talking.
What did, potentially talking to say engaged, I guess it's all relative.
Exactly.
What did you observe in a group that caused you to believe that he was perhaps trying to engage?
It seemed like his mouth was moving.
Had he pulled down his mask?
I don't recall.
Was there ever an occasion, either from the mask looking down or him in the group, where you saw some glimpse of Carlos Reales Dominguez's face?
Not that I recall.
Based on your observations, did you have a concern that Mr. Reales Dominguez may have a mental illness?
Yes.
At that point, had you heard of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Had you received any training in recognizing the symptoms of schizophrenia?
No.
Did you have any knowledge about what were the specific symptoms of schizophrenia?
No.
I want to back up. Do you recall anything significant about the backpack that Mr. Reales, did he carry a backpack?
I don't remember.
Do you recall doing an interview with my office on Zoom a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
Did you indicate it was a red backpack?
Yes.
Do you remember now a red backpack?
Yes.
So, you became aware when David Breaux was found deceased, having been stabbed in Central Park.
I remember.
Prior to that, have you made any reports to anyone expressing your concern about Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Assuming Mr. Breaux was found on April 27th,
What day of the week was that? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's not relevant
Okay,
to the question.
sorry.
but we can- When did you make your report about your concern for Mrs. Reales Dominguez?
On April 12th, I believe.
So more than 2 weeks before Mr. Breaux was found.
Correct.
Who did you make this report to?
I submitted a report to the UC Davis Office of Judicial and Student Affairs.
And what is the Office of Judicial and Student Affairs?
My understanding is that they do a lot of things. In this capacity, they offer a report form for all instructors at the university. I don't know if it's officially called this, but it was introduced to me as a concerned or concerning student form. So as an instructor, you're encouraged to use it to report instances of students who instructors might be working with, about whom you have any sort of concern.
So if he started class on the 10th, you can get judicial notice of what day April 10th was.
The April 10th is Monday, April 12th, obviously, then is Wednesday. You asked about April 27th. Yes, and Mr. Breaux was killed on the 26th, I think the evidence shows.
They discovered him on. he was-
Fair enough. So you asked about the 27th, and that would be Thursday.
Okay.
So after having him in your class for only 2 sessions, you filed this complaint.
Yes.
Had he disrupted class in any way during those 2 classes?
No.
Had he done anything explicitly threatening?
No.
Beyond just the bizarre behavior, had he done anything implicitly threatening?
No.
And why did you feel it was important to make this report?
It was clear that something was wrong.
So what did you say in this report?
I think I said that. I described his body language and behavior and concluded that something was wrong.
And by something was wrong, did you believe it may have been a mental illness?
That was the only suspicion that I could have had, yeah.
Is this a report you filled by hand? typed
No,
up?
electronic. It's a web form.
And how do you submit it?
You go to a web page on the OSSJA website and complete certain boxes.
And once you complete the boxes, you just hit submit?
You hit submit.
Do you know what specific person or persons that goes to once you hit submit?
No.
Did you ever receive a response?
For this particular report?
Yeah.
No.
Let's fast forward. You're on, again, what day was the 27th? Thank you, Ryan. So, you recall becoming aware that when Mr. Breaux was found in Central Park, and you can assume he was found by law enforcement on Thursday, April 27th.
Yes.
And did you hear that in the media?
Yes.
So your next class with Mr. Reales Dominguez would not be until the following Monday?
The class in which he was enrolled.
Yes.
Yeah.
At some point, did you become aware of a second stabbing which occurred on Saturday, April 29th?
Yes.
Did you read the general description in the media regarding the suspect for the second stabbing.
Yes.
When you saw that general description, did anything cross your mind?
Yes.
What crossed your mind?
My heart sank. I worried that it was Carlos.
And was that based on the general description?
Yes.
What did you do then?
I thought about it for at least a day, consulted with some trusted people about whether I should call and leave a tip with the police.
Why did you struggle with leaving a tip with the police?
I would say two reasons. The first is that I was aware from a logical perspective that the description was incredibly vague, that so many people could fit the description. So it seemed potentially very far-fetched and a waste of perhaps effort and resources to leave a tip when there's so little to go off of. And I guess the second reason is because because the description was so vague, it could have been a lot of different people and with just that information. And I didn't, as my report from a few weeks prior indicated, I was very concerned about one of my students, and I didn't want to introduce the police unnecessarily into his life if something else was going on.
Were you concerned that if he wasn't involved but was struggling with mental illness, introducing the police could make the situation worse?
Exactly.
Now, at some point, though, after you heard about the second stabbing description, did you make a determination that Mr. Reales Dominguez had been dropped from your class?
Yes.
How did you make that determination?
Every class that an instructor teaches at UC Davis uses a content management software, I guess you could call it, named Canvas. And so every class has its own Canvas page, which has a lot of resources for the class. It's where I enter all of my students' grades, and that's also it's probably connected to the system that you showed from the course registry earlier. So it also imports the entire roster of students who are in your class. And so at some point, I accessed my class's Canvas page and went to the roster and noticed that Carlos's name was no longer on my roster.
Now you've heard the description of the second stabbing, and you said it was vague, but now you see he's been dropped. What did that cause you any concern?
Yes.
How so?
It seemed, again, a potential coincidence, but more of a remarkable coincidence. And so more of a remarkable coincidence.
So, what did you ultimately, after you received that, you now had the information that he fit the general description and he'd been dropped, which could still be a remarkable coincidence, but did you make a decision to do something?
Yes.
What did you decide to do?
On Monday morning, I forget which number that is, but if we're talking like I learned around Saturday, thought all of Sunday, Monday morning, I called and left a tip with the Davis police identifying Carlos as potential.
So, Monday, that was May 1st. Do you recall learning of a third stabbing that happened on the night of May 1st?
That on Tuesday morning I learned of it.
So you left your tip earlier in the day before the third stabbing.
I did.
How did you leave that tip?
I called a tip line, and there was nobody, a human didn't pick up, so I just left a message.
At this point, now you're leaving a tip to the police. Have you received any response from your report to UC Davis, which you sent on April 12th?
No,
Did you had class scheduled that day?
for May 1st, yes.
Did you receive any response from Davis Police before class began?
No,
When the class began, was Mr. Reales Dominguez in the class at the beginning?
no,
Did your class end early that day?
yes,
Did after class ended early, did you leave?
Overruled.
After your class ended, who left first, your students or you?
all of my students left.
After all your students left, did you leave?
Yes, I did.
What, did you exit through the old door?
I did.
What did you do once you exited the door?
I turned towards the exit of Wellman Hall and began to leave.
Did you walk toward the exit?
I did.
As you were walking toward the exit, did you see anything?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw Carlos entering through the door that I was heading towards.
Was he wearing a hoodie?
Yes.
Did he have a mask?
I don't remember.
When you saw him, what did you think?
I was scared.
So how far away was he from you when you first saw him, approximately?
Approximately 20 yards.
So what did you decide to do at that point?
I remember thinking about whether I should leave a different route, but I'd only ever used this one door to enter my classroom, so I didn't know any other routes in the building. And so I then made the decision just to walk out the door that I was already planning on exiting.
As you walked, did Mr. Reales Dominguez, was he walking in the direction toward you?
Yes.
When you crossed each other, did he look at you?
No.
Did he acknowledge you in any way?
No.
Did he say anything to you?
No.
What did he do?
Kept walking.
And was he walking in the direction of the classroom where you teach?
Yes.
And as you passed him, how far apart were two of you probably?
A yard. Very close.
So he was in a position to see you,
Yes.
and you weren't wearing a mask.
No.
Did that strike you as unusual that he didn't look at you or acknowledge you, or is that just how he always been?
I don't know if I can answer that.
So did you turn around after you passed him?
No.
And then you, what did you do?
I exited through the door of the building.
What did you do then?
Focused on getting to my car.
Do you recall seeing Mr. Reales Dominguez after that?
No.
And before today, was that the last time you saw Mr. Reales Dominguez in person?
Yes.
Now, you've seen photographs of Mr. Reales Dominguez in the media.
Yes.
Assume you had never seen any of those photos.
Okay.
That all you saw was the young man with the hoodie, the dark hair, and the mask.
Yep.
Would you be able to identify Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I think so.
So, the young man seated to my left, does he look different than he did in your class?
Yes.
But based still only on your specific observations, do you believe that is the Carlos Reales Dominguez who was in your class?
I do.
At some point, you become aware that Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested.
I did.
How did you become aware of that?
The chair of the English department came over to my apartment and told me.
How did you react?
My memory is that I was relieved that I wasn't crazy.
At that point, had anyone responded to your initial report on the 12th or your tip to the police on May 1st?
No.
After Mr. Reales Dominguez, did people respond to you regarding those?
No.
How were you ultimately contacted by law enforcement or investigated with the district attorney's office?
I was.
How did that come about?
Sometime later, it was when I was back teaching the class. During a class period, I received a call. I didn't answer it because I was teaching, and they left a voicemail, and the voicemail was from the investigator.
So what did you do at that point?
Texted my friend who's a lawyer.
And what happened then?
I then texted the aforementioned chair of the English department who had been kind of helping me navigate some of the administrative side of this, and she contacted, I believe, UC Davis Legal Services, and they connected me with a lawyer to kind of help me navigate the process.
And I'm a big fan of people hiring lawyers. But why did you feel you needed a lawyer, given that you hadn't done anything wrong?
Objection, relevance,
It goes to credibility, overrule.
I've never engaged meaningfully with the legal system, so I wanted a resource to help me navigate it.
Did you have to pay for the lawyer, or did UC Davis do that?
UC Davis did.
And is UC Davis still paying for you to have a lawyer?
I presume so.
Or are you paying?
I'm not.
And do you have a lawyer?
Yes, somebody's paying.
Has this been difficult for you to testify about this experience?
Yes.
But as you sit here today, do you think there's anything you could have done differently?
No,
You feel you did everything you could do under the circumstances?
I do.
I have nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Mr. Vanderhook, cross-exam.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you so much. So it sounds from direct that the contacts that you had with Mr. Dominguez left quite an impression on you.
That's correct.
And there was a limited number of them, definitely less than 10, correct?
Probably less than 10.
And so, given the limited number and the kind of emotional nature that is envisioned in you've thought carefully about all your interactions with Mr. Dominguez over that time, correct?
I have.
And so you recall specifically when he was in class and when he wasn't, correct?
No.
How many class sessions are we talking about?
I would have to have my Canvas record, my syllabus, and I don't have access to that right now.
Okay.
Mr. Hutchinson, will you also give Mr. Vanderhook the, okay,
It's
great.
right there.
Yeah, perfect, thanks. That's the calendar.
So regarding the week that you heard about the first stabbing, do you remember that week?
Could you remind me of the dates, please?
So discovery of the body from the first stabbing on April 27th.
Okay.
Mr. Dominguez was not in class on April 27th, correct?
If it was a Thursday, we didn't have class that day.
And so if it was a Wednesday, did you have class that day?
We did have class on Wednesday.
Okay, and that would have been Wednesday, the 26th.
Correct.
So he was not in class on the 26th.
My memory is that he was not in class on the 26th.
All right. What about the 24th?
I don't remember.
And so if he had been in class, is that something that would have stuck out to you?
I don't know what you mean.
Is it something that you would remember? So sometimes, like I have no memory of going to Disney World. If I had gone to Disney World, that I would remember it. That sort of thing.
Check.
Where it would stick out in your mind if it had happened.
I,
Compounds.
You can try to answer it.
okay. I really can't answer. I'm so sorry. I don't really know what you're trying to say.
That's fine. If it's something that had happened, would that stick out in your mind?
Students attending class generally does not stick out in my mind.
Right, but given everything that happened since then, is it something that would be something you would still remember today?
It seems extremely hypothetical. I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, you talked about submitting a report to UC Davis. How many times had Mr. Dominguez been in your class prior to you submitting that report?
Prior,
Yeah.
I guess I'm not sure of the time of the report, but it was on the second day of class, so I would imagine I did it after the second day of class, so total 2.
Understood. And so I'm going to ask you about the clothing that he wore to class. You had indicated that he wore a sweatshirt. Do you recall what color the sweatshirt was?
It was dark. I think it was black.
And you indicated that it had a Playboy logo on it.
It did.
And was it the same sweatshirt that he wore during every class session?
Yes.
And does this include when you saw him when he missed class on May 1st?
He was wearing a different hoodie.
Okay. So the prior times it was a hoodie with a Playboy logo, and then this time it was no Playboy logo.
It was a different hoodie.
And you mentioned a red backpack, him bringing that to class, and you remember a red backpack. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did he have a red backpack on May 1st?
I don't remember.
And so is it possible that he did and you just don't remember, or that?
I recall that he had a backpack on May 1st. I do not recall what color it was.
Understood, thank you. And there was questioning regarding this quiz that you attributed to Mr. Dominguez through process of elimination. Do you remember that?
I do.
And are there other possibilities as to how a student could have submitted a quiz?
What do you mean?
So, for example, are there students that keep attending class even though their name is dropped off the roster?
No.
Are there students who want to add to class and so they show up to class but then ultimately don't add to class?
That does happen.
And so it's possible then that that is simply just a student who contemplated adding to class, but when you check the roster that evening hadn't yet added to class.
It was also a name that wasn't on my wait list, which I do have access to as the instructor.
Okay, so it's not on the roster or the wait list.
Correct.
Understood. What do you remember about that name?
Just that it struck me as nonsensical.
Did it seem like a name?
It was only because it was on the line next to the word name at the top of the quiz.
So so some names people recognize as being obvious names, like John or Steve or something like that. Was it something that was a name, like John or Steve?
It was not like John or Steve.
And so it was it one word or two?
I don't remember.
Do you remember about how long it was?
I do not.
Okay, let's go on here. Could it have been Strandvangen?
I don't know.
Is that possible?
Section speculation.
Sustained.
Are you able to eliminate that as a possibility?
Section speculation.
Sustained.
When you later got these quizzes, supplemental quizzes by Mr. Dominguez, did you compare the handwriting on his later quizzes to this first quiz?
No.
So you're not able to say if the handwriting would be the same then?
I'm not able to.
And so when you were contacted by an investigator shortly after the arrest, so you talked about getting a call in your class and calling back, that was set up through a meeting with your attorney present. Do you remember that?
I do.
And you talked to the investigator,
I did.
and you told the investigator the relevant details in the case that you remembered?
I answered the questions asked to me.
Okay. And did you explain what had gone on thus far?
I'd answered the questions as they were asked to me.
And so you didn't offer any outside information outside the questions that were asked of you.
I don't recall the full answers that I gave 2 years ago.
Did you mention anything about this quiz to that investigator?
I don't recall.
When you submitted your report to UC Davis about your concern seeing Mr. Dominguez, did you include anything about this name that didn't match?
No, my report did not contain that.
And so was that not something that was concerning to you at the time?
It struck me as more bizarre than concerning at the time.
But you were reporting other bizarre behavior that was going on, correct?
Yes,
But did not include that?
I did not include that.
And so, when was the first time that you made a statement to anyone about this issue with the names?
What do you mean? I
So-
guess, what do you mean by statement, I guess?
So, you testified about a potential strange, non-normal name on a quiz, and whether to, I obviously don't want to get into conversations that you've had with an attorney, so I'm just trying to ask as to either law enforcement or defense investigator or someone involved in the case itself, when was the first time that you told anybody about this name issue?
The first time that I think that I recalled this detail and told it to somebody involved in the case, I believe was my interview with the defense a few weeks ago.
And so that was on May 7th,
Okay. I don't remember the exact date, but that seems very plausible.
just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, just a couple weeks ago.
And so, between that time, you didn't notify law enforcement or anyone else about this issue.
Nobody involved with the case, no.
And during the interview, when you talked about this quiz, you mentioned that all the quizzes that were involved, you turned over to your attorney, Mr. Olmos.
I turned over all of the quizzes that I had retained.
Okay. So, but in your statement, you said you told them that you had turned over all the quizzes, correct?
Again, I turned over all of the quizzes that I had retained.
Is that what you said at the time? Or
I don't
did you just
remember
say
what
you
I
turned
said at
over
the
all?
time.
Say again?
I do not recall what I said at the time.
Did you mention anything about at the time about not retaining some quizzes?
No.
And so Mr. Olmos then had quizzes that you gave to him from Mr. Dominguez, correct?
Yes.
And so he was retaining them, right?
Yes.
And so he was able to then provide those quizzes to the defense team that you were speaking with, right?
Objection, foundation, lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
This was on a Zoom call?
Excuse me, can you ask again?
This interview, was it on a Zoom call?
It was.
And were you on the call?
I was on the call.
And was Mr. Holmes on the call?
He was.
And
Well,
so,
at one point he was dropped from the call, but he was there most of the time.
and so from the time that you were there, did you see Mr. Olmos saying that he was going to send over
Objection,
these?
hearsay.
Hold on just a second. Counsel, I need to get a background on what's going on here. Thank you. Feel free to stand up, stretch. Thanks for your patience with me. All right. Okay, back on the record, I think we've agreed to move on off that topic.
May I approach my attorney?
Yes.
Ms. Bendis, I'm handing with the marked for identification purposes as People's 87. Could you take a look at that for me, please?
Here it is.
And do you recognize People's 87?
Yes, it's a reading quiz.
Could you just flip through, it's multiple pages, I believe it's 4. Could you just flip through them?
Here it is, yeah. There are 4 reading quizzes.
Thank you. And do you recognize these as being the reading quizzes that were submitted by Mr. Dominguez in your course?
They're copies of them, yes.
And so are these true and accurate copies of the quizzes that were submitted to you?
Yes.
And so these are the quizzes that were talked about by defense counsel as being strange or not English.
Just strange, yes.
And so you mentioned that these, at least one of the questions had a kind of characteristic answer of somebody who was not doing the reading and had just simply guessed or put something.
I did.
And was that true for all the quizzes?
I don't recall.
Would it assist if I handed you the exhibit again?
That would be helpful, yes. Do you mind if I just hold on to it for the purpose of these questions?
For a couple questions,
Okay.
I could put it up on the overhead. It's
Okay. Oh, yeah. Could you repeat the question?
So are these kind of questions or answers things that are similar to what you would expect for people that just didn't do the reading or just trying to put something down on the paper to try and get an
On the whole, yes, but no.
And so I was hoping to get some understanding as to the order of the quizzes. Let's just start with page 1. Do you recall what order your quizzes were in?
They corresponded to the poems that I'd ordered on the syllabus based on different poetic devices that I was trying to emphasize from week to week.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at is at the top of the quizzes, there's like names for each quiz. I'm trying to understand if based on the name of the quiz, you can say this quiz was first, and then this quiz was second, and this quiz was third. That's
If I had access to my syllabus, I could, yes.
okay, but you don't have that with you today?
I do not.
Understood. So there's 2 quizzes, 3 and 4, pages 3 and 4 on the exhibit. One is marked simile 1, and the second is simile 2.
So
For those 2, would those simile 2 be after simile 1?
correct, they would. It would.
But you wouldn't be able to say whether the simile quizzes were before the syntax quiz or before the rhyme 2 quiz.
I couldn't say.
Understood.
You're welcome.
Actually, we're not going to that reading that. I'm going to approach you with what's been marked for identification purposes, People's 88. Take a look at that for me, please.
Yes. This appears to be an essay on a poem.
Understood. Is that a poem that you do in your class?
The poem here, despite the title, well, yes, the title of the paper incorrectly references the title of the poem, but the body of the paper correctly references the poem's name is One Art. The title here says One's Art.
Understood. And so, do you recognize that as the paper that was submitted by Mr. Dominguez in your course?
I did not read the paper.
Right. But from the caption on there, can you tell whose paper that is?
Objection Foundation, Black Person Knowledge.
Overruled.
The paper in front of me has Carlos Dominguez's name on it and my course title.
Understood. And does it have the submission date on it?
Yes.
And is this the date that the paper was submitted? Or that Mr. Dominguez submitted a paper to you?
I couldn't tell you without access to my Canvas page.
Understood. And so if you were able to access your Canvas page, could you tell us whether this was the exact paper that he submitted to your course?
I could tell if I had access to those records.
Thank you. And so is this the paper, when you were talking about a paper being submitted and that there were things in it that weren't English, is this what you're referring to?
No.
Or what paper are you referring to then?
I was referring to some of his quiz answers, or to one quiz answer in particular, and I can highlight it if I refer to them.
We'll get back to that
Okay.
in 1 second. Just for this paper, there was not that same non-English issue here.
I never graded his first paper. I remember seeing on Canvas that he had submitted a paper, but I never graded his paper.
Understood. Thank you. I'm going to collect that. And so, One Art is a poem or writing that students in your class are required to evaluate or do a paper on.
They can choose to do a paper on any of the poems that I teach. I teach One Art as one of the poems. So they
So they could choose to do a paper on a variety of poems, and this is one of the ones that they could choose.
yes.
And so this is consistent with being a paper that someone would submit for your course.
It appears that way.
And so I'm going to bring back 87, which is the quizzes, and you were referencing that you were able to find that out.
Well, and I guess that maybe this doesn't make sense if you're just reading these, but this is which one of these quizzes I ask which poem has stanzas of equal length, and for these reading quizzes I always write all of the names of the assigned poems on the front board so that students don't misspell them, honestly. So for this question, it would be reasonable to look to the board and pick, even if you don't know which one has stanzas of equal length, you would pick a poem that's on the board, sensibly. This answer appears, my reading of it says 2 words. The first word is sanatic. The second word is symmetric. And symmetric is obviously very close to symmetrical, but I don't know if actually it's its own standalone word. And sanatic is not a word that I've heard before. And these words together are not a title of a poem,
I'm just going to put that on the order. Thank you.
at least a poem that I taught in my class.
Okay, so this question is which poem has stanzas of equal length?
Yes.
And it's talking about something with symmetry.
Well, presumably, again, those aren't words, but you could infer that they're close to words.
Understood. And so this was marked as wrong.
It was.
And so I'm just going to very quickly, we're not going to read all of it, I just want to understand the grades for each of these. So for the first quiz that we have, doesn't have a grading metric on it. How many possible points were there on this quiz?
It would be easier if I had my course records, but I can do some math, and I hope it's close. I gave a point for the name, which was some things that sometimes students forgot in general, so good job. And then, so it's 1 for name, 1 point, I think, for question 1, 2 points for question 2. I don't know how many points I would have given for question 3. So there's no way I can tell you the exact total without having access to my grade book.
Understood. So on this, you scored a total of 6 points.
Yeah, pretty good.
And so you missed 1, and then however many are...
Yeah, probably multiple points there.
2, 3, 4?
Up to 4, but probably 2 or 3.
Understood. And so then the second one is the one we just looked at, and that was a score of 2 out of 8.
Yeah.
And the next one is ungraded.
Or unscored.
Or sorry, it doesn't have the fraction on it. So of these 5 questions, 3 of them are multiple choice,
Yes.
and 2 of the 3 are wrong.
Of the 3 multiple choice, 2 are incorrect.
And then do you recall how many possible points there were for 3?
I don't recall.
And do you recall how many possible points there were for 5?
There would have been 2 because I asked about 2 poems.
So both of these are these names of poems?
No, I believe the top says Brown, which is the last name of one of the poets taught in my class. I don't know if it was connected to this day. I don't know what the second word says.
It's because of the handwriting.
The handwriting, it does start with a P, and so I think if there would have been if it could have been plausibly correct, I would have liked to think I would have given the point.
And so on the next one, it's got 4 out of...
7.
Okay, and so it was originally 4 and then corrected to 7.
Yeah, I also, I guess it doesn't matter.
And so in the first question, we have it, the first 2 questions we have wrong,
Correct.
and then 2 multiple choice questions that are correct,
Yes.
and then we have a question in really faint writing where you just had 1 point.
Yep.
And could that have been up to 2 points or
I don't recall.
understood? Yeah, I just don't know. I got this one right now, just to make sure that I got through everything. I remember what I'm looking for now. Going back to May 1st, you talked about bumping into him or seeing him in the hallway. Is there like a follow-on session or anything that goes on after your class for students to meet up or anything like that?
No, it's a standalone course.
Do you have office hours after that?
I have office hours, but I don't recall what times they were.
And did Mr. Dominguez go to your office hours?
No, I do not recall him ever attending my office hours.
So related to your course, if your course ended at 6, is there anything related to your course that would cause a student to hang around that area for another 45 minutes?
Nothing related to my course, no.
I'm not
Thank you, counsel. Any redirect?
Ma'am, as you sit here today, do you have any independent memory of what that name was that was on the test?
Are you asking about the initial quiz?
Yes.
I do not have any memory, no.
So if I were to start going through and giving you names, would you just be guessing?
I would just be guessing.
The only thing you're certain of, the name was not Carlos Reales Dominguez.
I'm certain.
Any doubt in your mind that the person who left that name on the quiz was Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Sorry, can you repeat the
The
question?
prosecutor seemed to suggest maybe it was another student who had dropped your class, who just wasn't on your your waiting list, but came in, took that test, and then poof. Any chance that could have happened?
No.
Based on everything you saw, who was the person who used a different name on that initial test?
I believe it was Carlos.
You described your class as a hard A, but an easy B.
Yes.
If you had to give a progress report right before Mr. Reales was dropped from the class, what grade would you have given him?
Very low, potentially around a D, maybe an F.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're done? Okay, one question from there. Go ahead.
The name on quiz wasn't John, correct?
It's impossible for me to say.
Okay, thank you. She's been asked a couple times and given answers. The jury will have to decide. Okay, Dr. Bendis, thank you for your time, your testimony, and have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break. At this time, do not discuss, do not form any opinions, do not research. I'll see you back in 15 minutes, folks. Thank you. Off the record. on the record. After the mid-morning break, we're in the defense case. Mr. Hutchinson, witness to call.
The defense calls Gene Lyon, Your Honor.
Okay, let's get Gene Lyon. Good morning. Come on in, Ms. Lyon, and stand here at the podium before me. Thank you for being here. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath to you. After you take the oath, then I want you to have a seat in the witness stand. We'll have two lawyers asking questions.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the cause not to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you.
State your first and last name for the record, and spell them both.
Jean Lyon, Jean Lyon.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct exams.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I am the Deputy Director of Police Services for the Davis Police Department
And how long have you held that position?
since 2022.
And what does your position entail?
I oversee the non-sworn staff of the Davis Police Department, which includes records and communications, which is dispatch, code enforcement, parking, and all of the other non-sworn staff.
In your role, are you familiar with how police body-worn cameras are downloaded and saved on your system?
I'm familiar with the retention of body-worn camera.
Retention of body-worn camera. And are you familiar with the periods that body-worn cameras were retained from, let's say, February 2023 through May of 2023?
Yes,
Were you working your position at that time?
yes,
And ma'am, we heard testimony that sometimes body cameras are uploaded as an arrest or case, and sometimes they're uploaded as a citation or contact.
correct.
Does the amount of time body camera recordings are retained for vary depending on how they're classified?
Yes,
Once again, from the period of February 2023 through through May of 2023, how long was body camera footage retained that was classified as a contact or citation?
if when it was downloaded, it was classified by the officer as an arrest or a case, it would have been retained for 2 years.
Okay. But my question was, we're gonna get to that. I'm asking about if they downloaded and it classified as a contact or citation.
Oh, I'm sorry, wrong one. 1 year,
Okay, so for contact or citation, it's 1 year?
correct.
So, if no one goes in and makes a copy of that recording during that 1 year period, after that 1 year period passes, is the recording gone?
Yes,
But can someone go in during that 1 year period and make a copy if they wish to?
correct.
For a case or an arrest, how long is that retained for?
Two-
Again, from February 2023 to May of 2023.
2 years,
And if during that 2 year period, no one goes in and makes a copy, after 2 years, is all that footage gone?
yes,
Now, we were told by Detective Yu that it was a person named Joel Troche who had this information. Was Mr. Troche the person we were supposed to be asking, or are you the person we should be asking?
that would be me.
Okay. And even though you weren't served with a subpoena, did you voluntarily agree to appear this morning?
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am, I appreciate it. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So questioning by Attorney Vanderhook.
Who is Joel Troche? What's his job at the police department?
he's a police service specialist, and he serves in the capacity as a property and evidence clerk.
And so he also assists with managing different evidence items. Does his current responsibilities include things related to body cameras?
His current responsibilities do. They didn't at the time that this case occurred.
And so Mr. Torres would be familiar with the current retention times?
He doesn't deal with retention period of body-worn camera specifically. He deals with the making of recordings for the district attorney's office.
Okay.
So he makes the recordings, but he doesn't deal with retention.
Understood. When body cameras are, recordings are uploaded and they're associated with an arrest, is there some kind of number that is applied to the body camera recording to say that it's associated with a particular arrest?
There is now, yes.
And back in April, May of 2023, would there a case number be applied to that recording?
Not necessarily.
And what about for contacts? Is there if there's a contact with no arrest, is there any kind of record, like a police report, that's associated with things that don't result in arrests?
It's possible.
What is a CAD log?
Objection outside scope.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with CAD numbers?
Objection outside scope.
Sustained.
On body camera recordings, can a number, other than a case number, be attached to the camera to indicate what it's associated with?
Objection outside scope.
Overruled.
I believe so, yes.
Objection foundation.
Okay, sustained, lay foundation.
How do you know that?
I know that because I also manage the interface between our CAD system and the body-worn camera system
Now, what's that interface?
to our CAD system. It's an interface that manages the connection between the two systems, with our CAD system and our body-worn camera system.
And what's the CAD system?
Objection outside scope.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I don't have any questions. I'd ask that this witness be ordered back for June 3rd.
I'm gonna need an offer of proof on, I went over this yesterday, so, and she's cooperating, so let's go ahead and work on that together. And I don't quite understand the evidentiary dispute right now between the parties, so I wanna meet outside the presence of the jury so I understand it. And you're not going on any vacation anytime soon?
I have a family member, my daughter, who's having surgery on tomorrow, and I need to care for her.
Okay, all right. Well, we can get you back. And good luck with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, you may be recalled as a witness, okay?
I just have one more question.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
One more question. If a body camera recording existed and then it dropped off the retention period, is there still a record that it used to exist and just like the contents has been deleted, or is just all records of the existence of the recording gone forever?
It's gone.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. And any follow-up? Okay, so Ms. Lyon, again, thank you. And if we need you, we're going to reach out. I appreciate you volunteering, appearing.
Absolutely.
Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, so Mr. Hutchinson, collecting witnesses, do you have one to call?
I do. That's called as Detective Matt Muscardini.
Okay, let's get the detective. Okay, sir, good morning.
Morning.
Come on in, stand at the podium. We're going to go through the process that you're familiar with. Clerk will swear you in, and we'll have you take the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the cause now before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record, and spell them both.
Matthew Muscardini, Mathew Muscardini.
Okay, thank you. Direct exam.
Good morning, Detective Muscardini.
Good morning.
Sir, in the early morning of May 2nd, 2023, did you go to UC Davis Medical Center?
Yes.
Why did you go to UC Davis Medical Center?
I was called by a supervisor from the Davis Police Department and responded from my house.
Do you recall approximately what time you arrived?
I don't remember exactly when. It was just after midnight, maybe 12:15, 12:30.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera?
I was not.
Did you speak with anyone?
I did.
Did you, who was the person you spoke?
Kimberlee Guillory.
And did you take a statement from Ms. Guillory about the stabbing that had happened just an hour or so earlier?
Yes, I did.
Did you record that?
Yes, I did.
How did you record it?
I recorded it on my work cell phone.
And where was Ms. Guillory at when you spoke to her?
She was at UC Davis Medical Center
In terms of within UC Davis Medical?
in the emergency room.
Was she in an emergency room bed?
Yes.
And when you spoke with her, did you point your camera to the ground so you could capture the audio but not film her in her hospital bed?
Yes.
And at some point during the interview, did you ask her to describe what she could recall about the assault that she'd experienced?
Yes.
And was that recorded on your body camera? I mean, your phone, excuse me.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to play a clip. I have transcripts for the court and jury because it's all audio.
Oh, it's all audio?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
It's audio and
I understand, you've explained, the witness explained. Okay, so we'll mark the transcript next in order, court exhibit. We will hand to the jury. And we'll collect these afterwards. These are just a tool, they're not actually evidence. That is the transcript. The actual evidence is the audio tape playing. What's the exhibit number?
I believe it's Exhibit E.
Thank you. This is being offered under Evidence Code 1235, I take it?
yes, prior inconsistent statement.
Thank you.
Now, Detective Muscardini, before I hit play, are those your feet?
Yes.
There appears that there was blood on the ground, so this is actually in the emergency room where Miss Guillory is still has some active bleeding, obviously.
Yes.
They go right now, and you got a lot going on.
I didn't get really, look at him, I think he's white, he's definitely white. It's blonde hair,
Blonde curly hair.
kind of, I don't know if it was heavy or just maybe cut the hair.
Okay. Alright.
He just came out of nowhere and started,
Where do you live at?
I don't know,
I mean, where is your tent at?
I'm right across where TG is on L,
Okay,
and just before it turns on the second.
okay. Did you see a weapon or anything like that?
I didn't see anything, no. I got a country.
Can you describe his clothing or
I
anything?
can't, no.
Okay.
I didn't really get a look at it. Everything kind of happens.
Can you tell me what he looked like again?
He had blonde hair, curly hair.
Okay.
I don't know how tall he was.
White, black, Hispanic? White? Okay. Did you tell if he had facial hair?
I didn't see his face, obviously. All I know is for his hair.
Did you tell if he was wearing pants or shorts?
He might have been wearing shorts because I think he walked past my tent earlier.
Okay.
It looked like a woman, kind of. But I don't know. And the kids next to me, they said that when there was a man, he came up to their tent or something, and I don't know if he had a weapon or not.
Okay.
We'll have to ask Isaiah. And he said that I think there was a girl in my house at one time. There was a girl with him, and she was sitting on the tracks crying or something.
Okay.
I think he called the police. I'm not sure.
Okay. You said how
That
long?
was like maybe a half hour before this happened.
How long do you think his hair was?
It wasn't quite to his shoulders.
It wasn't to his shoulders.
No.
You said it was blonde and curly.
Curly.
Okay. Did you recognize this person?
I didn't see his face.
Okay. But you said he might have been wearing shorts.
I don't know, honestly.
Okay,
I
that's
didn't
fine.
see the rest of his body.
Okay, I understand.
I'm just guessing.
Thanks.
We got them all back on the jury, that's fine. Yeah.
Detective Muscardini, at the very beginning, when she says blonde hair and you added blonde curly hair, had she already referenced blonde curly hair earlier in the interview?
Yes,
So that's what you were adding. She'd already mentioned curly hair.
correct.
And after Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested, did you contact Miss Guillory to advise her that an arrest had been made?
Yes.
And did she ask you, what did she ask you when you told her that an arrest had been made?
She asked me if the person had blonde hair.
Where did you contact her?
I believe it was in the ICU. There was a couple times I contacted her, so I can't be 100% sure that's where it was. I'd have to, yeah.
Did you contact her on May 4th, the day after Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested?
Yes.
When she asked you if the person had blonde hair, what did you tell her?
I told her that they had dark hair.
And so, so at that point you knew that her statement of, blonde hair was wrong, correct? Based on Mr. Reales Dominguez was clearly did not have blonde hair.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. And he's called as witness later today
I need him at 1:30, yes.
at 1:30. Okay, any questions at this time?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, very briefly. Good morning, Sergeant Muscardini.
Good morning.
And Sergeant Muscardini, when you first contacted Ms. Guillory, she was in the ER, correct?
Yes.
And that was before her surgery?
Yes.
At the time, did you know whether or not she'd been given anything for her pain?
I did not know.
No further questions, thank you.
Okay, so Sergeant, then, thank you for your patience and being here this morning, and we'll see you at 1:30.
Thank you.
We could do 145, or we have another witness.
Yeah, that's fair, 1:45.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, next witness.
Call Alex Torres.
Okay. For my benefit is Detective Torres, he's been called once today?
Yes.
Okay, so this is our one time, thank you. All right, sir, good morning. Thanks for being here. Same routine. Take the oath in the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give in the cause not to before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. First and last name for the record, and spell them both.
Alex Torres, ALEXTORRES.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
This is becoming a routine. I apologize.
Yeah.
So were you involved in a search of a residence at 762 Hawthorne?
Yes.
And did you book items into evidence that were collected at the scene?
Yes.
And did you write reports documenting the items that were booked into evidence?
Yes.
And were you actually at the scene?
Yes.
Sir, do you recall a hamper with some potential blood on it being collected and booked into evidence?
Yes.
Did you write a report documenting that item?
Yes.
Do you have that report with you?
Yes, I do.
Is that supplement 33?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you also book into evidence a white shirt, a green shirt with white on it that had suspected bloodstains?
Yes.
Did you see let's back up, the hamper that was booked? Did you see that before it was packaged and booked into evidence?
No.
Did the FBI provide it to you?
Yes.
But did they advise you what was in the package?
Yes.
And did you use that information and put it in the report?
Yes.
Did you also book into evidence some athletic shorts, red and white athletic shorts that had suspected blood on them?
Yes. Believe it was black and white athletic shorts. If I could review my notes.
So we'll get to that. But you never saw the shorts?
No.
Did you also book into evidence bedding that had suspected blood on it, or potential blood on it?
Yes.
These items that the FBI gave you, were they already in paper bags when you got them?
Yes.
So once you received them, what was your process? What did you do?
My process was to take the items that I was given by the FBI, return to the Davis Police Department, and have them booked into evidence.
And when you book them into evidence, do you give them a specific item number?
When I book them into evidence, each property item entered into the system gets an automatic number the next in sequence to designate the item number that it is. I use the reference numbers that was provided by the FBI, and to show that it was collected by the FBI, put their designation, FBI, in front of the number.
If you have supplement 33, could you pull that up?
Yes. Yes.
And turning first to the hamper, did you indicate in your report that the hamper was stained with suspected blood?
Yes.
And what item number did you give the hamper?
That was, I believe, assigned item number 140. If I could look at my report to refresh.
You don't need to be refreshed, you got it.
All right, cool. Yeah. Yeah.
Objection. Counsel testifying.
Well,
Sure.
anyway, it's incidental.
Did you also note that the green and white shirt had suspected blood stains on both sides of the collar in your report?
Yes.
And did you book that item into evidence?
Yes.
And what item number did you give it?
I believe it was 139.
Did you also book the athletic shorts into evidence?
Yes.
And in that, did you describe that the athletic shorts had stains on the lower pant leg of the front and rear right side?
From what I recall, yes.
And did you actually indicate the color of the shorts in your report?
Yeah, I believe I did, yes.
Refresh your memory to look at your report.
Yes, it would.
More specific, in supplement 33, did you note the color of the athletic shorts?
I believe I did. From what I recall, I did. 1 second. If not, then I would have put it in the actual evidence item list for the report itself.
My question is for the report.
Ah. Oh, there it is. In the report itself, I don't think I actually noted the color.
You noted athletic shorts?
Yes.
With suspected blood stains?
Yes.
But you did not indicate the color?
Yes.
And when you, what date did you finish supplement 33, according to the report?
According to the report, it would have been it was finalized and reviewed May 30th.
If you recall, what date did you complete the report?
From my recollection, it would have been within a week of the date of the 3rd, or when the warrant was served.
So although your report indicates May 4th, that may have been when you started the report. It could have been completed within a week.
Yes.
Once it was completed, who does it get sent to for approval?
It's sent to because this was an investigations-related case, as in by detectives, it would have been investigation supervisor to review.
And is the investigation supervisor expected to review the report?
Yes.
Okay. And once they review the report, what do?
Then they mark it as approved, reviewed if there are no corrections. It gets forwarded over to records for finalized viewing, usually an attachment of any changes that were made to the property sheet added at the bottom, and then, or to the report, like updated names or updated phone numbers, things like that, added to the bottom. And then once records has that confirmed, they approve it, which is finalized so that no changes can be made. Typically after that, once it's approved by records, it's printed out and then scanned to the report as a PDF.
And if there's an active case, person being prosecuted, is that report forwarded to the district attorney's office, ultimately?
Yes.
Who was the supervisor who approved your report, supplement 33?
From my recollection, Sergeant Janelle Bestbitch.
And what date does the report indicate Sergeant Bestbitch approved the report?
May 30th.
Okay. And do you see Sergeant Bestbitch in court today?
Yes.
Could you please point to her and identify where she's at?
Yes, it's the young woman with shoulder-length blonde hair seated behind the both prosecuting counsel.
Well done, sir. Sir, did you at some point receive a subpoena to bring items 140, 139, and 138 to court?
Yes.
Who did you receive that subpoena from?
From the defense counsel office.
And that would be me?
Yes.
Prior to that, had anyone ever requested, anyone from the district attorney's office requested that items, to your knowledge, 140, 139, and 138 be brought to court?
I have no knowledge of it, as in, I don't know.
Sir, do you have gloves up there at this point or no?
No. Thank you.
Sir, when an item is booked into evidence and sealed, do you do anything to note the date it was sealed?
When I collect items that are sealed and notation, it is usually on the tape that is on the enclosed part of the packaging, a date for sealing, and initials of who sealed it.
And if on a subsequent date that package is reopened, how do you note the date it was reopened?
By documenting the date and time of checkout is done in the actual individual log for the item number. Then when I reseal it, I try to use the same sealing location but add new tape, unbroken, with the date and the initials.
So I'm showing you what's been marked defense exhibit GG. Sir, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, this is, yes.
What is it?
This is item number 140, which is the hamper found inside the home.
And does that bag indicate when that bag was sealed?
Yes,
And what date was it sealed?
May 4th, 2023.
So is there any indication that that bag was ever reopened since May 4th of 2023?
No, not that I can tell.
And May 4th of 2023, was that the day after the search of the Hawthorne residence, or was it the day of the
From my recollection, it was the day of.
day of?
Yeah, yes.
So based on your review of that exhibit, has that been opened since May 4th of 2023?
Not that I can see.
Okay. Does it have a sticker that indicates biohazard on it?
Yes.
Why is there a sticker that says biohazard on it?
Typically, if something is suspected to contain some sort of biological material, such as blood, feces, that type of thing that could be a contaminant of some kind, we put biohazard on it so that anyone handling this would know chances are there's blood on an item in here.
If something had paint on it, would you put a biohazard sticker on there?
No, not typically, no.
And so you've never opened this bag?
I have not, no.
Okay. And you received this from the FBI, correct?
Yes, as packaged.
And so, to your knowledge, no one from the Davis Police Department has ever opened up this package to this day?
Yes, that is correct.
Sir, can I ask you to open the package?
Yes. I just need scissors.
Just a second.
Oh, thank you.
Now, have you seen photographs of the item in there or no?
Yes.
So you have, in reviewing the evidence, you've seen the photographs of the hamper with suspected blood on it?
Yes.
Could you please remove it? Could you extend the hamper? So I'd like to direct your attention to what would be the handle to my right. Do you see stains on the top of that handle?
Yes.
Those appear to be blood stains from your head.
Yes.
And, sir, to your knowledge, did anyone from the Davis Police Department test that hamper to confirm that the blood stains are blood?
No.
To your knowledge, did anyone from the Davis Police Department conduct DNA analysis on that apparent blood stain to determine whose blood it was?
No.
Sir, can you package it back up?
I'm going to try.
So now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit HH.
Yes.
So you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item number 139, item collected from inside the Hawthorne residence.
And what was item 139 again?
My recollection, green shirt.
with suspected bloodstains?
Yes.
Does this item indicate what date it was sealed?
Yes.
And what date was it sealed?
May 4th, 2023.
Is there any indication that that bag has ever been opened after May 4th, 2023?
No.
Does that bag have a biohazard sticker as well?
Yes, it does.
Sir, would you open that
Yes.
as well?
Take out its contents?
And sir, have you seen photographs of the green shirt with suspected blood?
Photographs only, yes.
And sir, looking, and you can maybe tilt it for the jury to see, there appear to be blood stains by the collar.
Yes, left and right side at the collar.
And looking to the lower shirt, there appear to be blood stains on the front of the shirt.
Yes, I believe lower front panel.
And are there any on the back or just the front?
Hard to tell on a stain on the back corner right here.
Sir, to your knowledge, did anyone from the Davis Police Department ever swab those suspected blood stains to confirm that they are blood?
No.
To your knowledge, did anyone from the Davis Police Department ever conduct any DNA testing to determine whose blood is on that T-shirt?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked defense incident II. So do you recognize what that exhibit is?
Yes.
What is it?
This is item number 138, athletic shorts that were found inside the Hawthorne address.
And what you did, in your report, you did not notify what color the shorts were, correct?
From what I could see in my report now.
Do you recall seeing photos of these shorts?
Yes, I did.
Sir, does that exhibit indicate when it was sealed?
Yes.
And what date was it sealed?
May 4th, 2023.
Is there any indication that that package has ever been opened since it was sealed on May 3rd, 2020, excuse me, May 4th of 2023?
No.
Does it have the biohazard sticker on it?
It does.
Sir, can you open that package? Sir, can you, you're holding up some white athletic shorts.
White and black.
And I see you just a moment.
Oh, sorry.
When they were in the package, were they turned inside out?
They were inside out in the packaging.
Okay, let's take a look at them inside out first. Does there appear to be blood stains on them?
What appears to be red blood stains on the lower side, which would be the right front if this was right side out.
Okay. And that was the way they were found?
From my knowledge on photos, yes.
Okay. Go ahead and turn them inside out. And does there appear to be significant blood stains on those pants?
Yes.
That's the front. Can you turn around the back? Sir, in your experience, do those appear to be blood stains?
They have the same color consistency, dried blood stains.
So to your knowledge, has anyone from the Davis Police Department tested those shorts to determine that, a presumptive test to confirm that they are blood?
No.
And sir, to your knowledge, has anyone done any DNA testing on those shorts to determine whose blood it belonged to?
No.
Have you been present at discussions among Davis police officers when trying to determine what items would be tested for DNA?
Yes.
Did anyone at any point ever bring up testing the bloody shorts, shirt, and hamper that were found in Mr. Reales Dominguez's room?
Yes.
Who brought that up?
I did.
Who did you suggest to that these items should be tested?
To supervising sergeant and also supervising lieutenant of investigations at those meetings.
Okay. I don't want you to guess, but who was present when you suggested that these items should be tested?
Those two supervisors I recall at the meetings.
Who were they?
Sergeant Janelle Bestpitch, Lieutenant Mike Munoz.
Did you suggest to anyone else that these items should be tested?
Also present in the room at the times when I discussed what was to be sent to DOJ
Yes.
was also Danielle Lewis, who was the manager of the evidence room area at the time.
Now, at the time this was happening, were you a detective or were you just still an officer at that point?
I was a corporal assigned to evidence response team.
But the decision about whether to test these items for DNA, was that made by people above your pay grade?
Significantly so.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
DOJ restricted what I could send as a wish list, and I divided up into top 5 items I would request given the limitations by DOJ, followed by the preceding next 5 items, and then of the items that we were allowed at the time by DOJ to provide.
Now, DOJ also does testing for other counties, correct?
Yes.
So there is nothing preventing the Davis Police Department from opening up their wallets and hiring a private agency to do testing, correct?
That is true.
Let me stop you there. Give the witness a moment to put that. Okay, go ahead.
So, I just want the people who you remembered you spoke to about these items, it was Sergeant Vespich, Lieutenant Munoz, and who was the third?
And Danielle Lewis.
Anyone else you remember?
Not that I recall.
But even if you didn't speak to them, everyone involved in this investigation would have access to your police reports and could read about these items, correct?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, these reports, your report was forwarded to the district attorney's office?
Yes.
And those pictures you saw of these items, how did you see those photos?
Those are photographs taken by the FBI and handed to me for booking and to keep a working copy.
And did you look at them before booking them in evidence?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, are those photos sent to the district attorney's office?
Yes.
And so based on your understanding, when there's a criminal case, if you send reports and photos to the district attorney's office, do they have to then give them to me?
Yes, as part of discovery.
So if anyone took the time to read the police reports and look at the photos, they would have seen these items, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Yes.
So, sir, if someone were to tell this jury that nobody's blood was found in Mr. Dominguez's home or linked to any item in his home, would that be a correct statement or not?
Objection, speculation, argumentative, 352.
It's argumentative, sustained.
Sir, based on what you saw, was blood found on items in Mr. Dominguez's home?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge, misstates testimony.
Overruled.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hutchison. Mr. DeMora, we have a few minutes. Do you have questions?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
Morning, Detective Torres.
Good morning.
Now, Detective Torres, when at 762 Hawthorne residence, how many pieces of evidence were recovered and booked, to your knowledge?
From my recollection, at least several dozen.
Several dozen, meaning more than 50?
If I could look at my notes to refresh my recollection.
Let me ask you this before you do that. At 762 Hawthorne, when items are being booked into evidence, what number do you start at based on that report number?
That is a difficult question to answer. One, when I enter them into the computer, they're assigned a number. However, at a search warrant, the first designation number is typically 1. It's called an evidence code number.
So the number switches from collection to input in the system.
Yes.
And so, but the number of items collected and the number of items inputted, even though they have a different number, would be the same overall number, correct?
Yes, there'd be a correlation for numbers, yes.
How many pieces of evidence were collected from 762 and entered into your system?
If I could look at my notes to refresh my recollection.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I am refreshed.
How many pieces?
For individual pieces of actual items, it was approximately close to 48 items. As far as cotton swab DNA samples, it was close to 37.
Okay, thank you. We'll stop there. Detective Torres, thank you for your testimony this morning. I need you to finish up this afternoon at 1:30.
Yes,
Okay?
sir.
And it doesn't sound like we have many, but your excuse as a witness, I'll see you then. To the jury, thank you. Three-part admonition, don't form any opinions, don't discuss, don't research. This proceed back to the 137. Thank you, folks. Off break. Very briefly. So we're going to carve out this afternoon. I want to understand this dispute regarding the retention of the body cam video. I don't understand it as I indicated. So I'll give you a second, not right now, but this afternoon. And then secondly, I'll make the ruling formal on the police interview before Muscardini testifies. So you have some more evidence. Before we get to that, you have Alex Torres, and then you have the police officer who's now in Nevada. And was there one other witness?
No, that's it.
All right. So after we finish that work, then we'll have a session. Okay. So enjoy your lunch break. We'll make time this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Off we go. back on the record in case 23-1391. After our lunchtime break, we're resuming the testimony of Detective Allege Torres, and the prosecution is asking questions. Mr. Demora, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good afternoon, Detective Torres.
Good afternoon.
So, when we left off, we were talking about the evidence that was, total number of items that were collected from 762 Hawthorne. And did you process, when I say process, did you receive and itemize all of those pieces of evidence that were collected once they got to the police department?
Yes.
And so, you're familiar with how the FBI labels certain items, and many of those items they had were labeled as presumptive blood or suspected blood, correct?
Yes.
And those were based on the observations of the investigators that were going through Hawthorne, correct?
Yes.
And in processing, or I shouldn't say processing, because I'm using it in multiple ways, when items were identified to be selected for forensic testing, DNA testing, some items were sent for processing at a lab, others were not, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that based on your involvement in this case and your familiarity with the evidence, that some of those items that were labeled as presumptive blood or suspected blood did not come back as actual blood. You aware of that?
Objection, foundation, personal knowledge.
No, overruled.
Yes.
And so I want to show you People's Exhibit 81, Mayor.
Objection, outside scope.
Overruled. If you want a ruling, I'd be glad to share it with you, but I'm overruling it. Okay.
I'm showing you People's 81. Looking at the bag and the label, do you recognize People's 81?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I'm the one that sealed this.
All right, and what is it?
It is item number 105, yellow towel with suspected bloodstains.
Where, to your knowledge, was that yellow towel with suspected bloodstains taken from?
I'd have to refer to my notes to refresh my recollection. Second. I'm refreshed.
All right, and where do you recall that being collected from?
It was collected from the Hawthorne address.
Okay, that's something that you ended up taking and processing. Sorry, I should say processing, like I already said. You took and gave it an item number at Davis Police Department.
Yes.
Okay, so if you could open it up. Okay, or don't grab gloves, your choice. Now, it said suspected blood on there, correct?
Yes.
You grabbed it barehanded.
I did.
Why?
I had collected a cotton swab sample of this but it was not blood.
Was not blood. And so, even though the label says suspected blood or presumptive blood, and you observed it as well, correct?
Yes.
Looked like blood to you, right?
Yes.
That's why you took a cotton sample of it
Yes.
and it turned out not to be blood.
Yes.
So fair to say that every piece of evidence that was collected at 762 Hawthorne that you looked at, gave a number to, and made a determination of what had to be tested, could be tested, and should be tested, not every one of those was actual blood.
Yes.
And so, Detective Torres, any evidence collected in this case, knife, sheath, clothing from Mr. Dominguez, where there was evidence that appeared to be suspected blood of evidentiary value, to your knowledge, was that sent out for testing?
Yes.
And lab results were obtained from those?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demara. Redirect.
Did you just ask you if everything of evidentiary value was sent out for testing?
He did.
Okay, the bloody hamper, do you think that had evidentiary value?
It did.
Was it sent out for testing?
It was not.
Do you think the bloody shorts had evidentiary value?
Yes.
Were they sent out for testing?
No.
Do you think the shirt with blood on it had evidentiary value?
Yes.
Was it sent out for testing?
No.
Can I see that? Can you bring out the washcloth?
Yes.
Okay, and there's apparently two little spots there.
Yes.
And
My bad. Yes.
did they take a sample of that washcloth, or it was just a swab?
Swab.
And they did a presumptive test on the swab? We don't know what they did on the swab. You don't have personal knowledge of whether they did DNA analysis or if they just did a presumptive test.
Yes.
And that washcloth was found in the bathroom with the shattered toilet?
I have to refer to my notes to a specific location.
Okay. Was that washcloth found in the bathroom, if you recall?
I do not recall. I have to look at my notes.
And looking at that washcloth, do you think it could be blood, it could be something else?
Yes.
Okay. But when you looked at those shorts and you looked at those shirts, in your opinion, based on seeing blood, what did you think that was?
Suspected blood.
Okay. Did you think it was suspected blood, or did that look like blood?
Suspected blood. Until an actual presumptive test for DNA, it's suspected blood.
So you have to bet everything you own on it. Was that blood or not?
Overruled.
So you got to empty the bank account, put on the house, bet one way or the other. Is that blood, or is that going to be something else?
I would speculate. No. I suspected blood. My opinion, looking at it, I suspected blood.
And when blood dries on clothing, what color does it tend to be?
It tends to darken kind of a dark red to a brownish tinge over time.
And you saw the brownish tint on those white shorts?
Yes.
Sir, but when fresh blood is on white shorts, what color is it?
It is a fresh blood, just spilled, oxygenated. It's a vibrant red.
Thank you, nothing further.
Okay, anything to follow up? Detective Torres, thank you for coming back to court, and thank you for putting that back in there. That's great. And have a great day. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy. Mr. Hutchinson.
Defense calls Deputy Geoni.
Okay, great. Let's get the deputy. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming today. If I could have you stand here at the podium, we'll administer the oath, and then we'll have you take a witness stand.
You do solemnly swear, the testimony you're about to give, and the cause of confidence of the court, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Christina Geoni, Christina Giannone.
Okay, great. Thank you for being here. Attorney Hutchinson, direct exam.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
Currently work for the County of Nevada.
And what do you do for the County of Nevada?
I'm a deputy sheriff.
And how long have you been a deputy sheriff with the County of Nevada?
Since February 3rd of this year.
Prior to joining the Nevada County Sheriff's Department, did you work at a different law enforcement agency?
I did.
Which department did you work at?
I worked for the City of Davis.
And in what capacity?
I was a police officer.
And when did you begin working as a police officer for the City of Davis?
July 3rd, 2018.
And did you remain a police officer at the City of Davis until you left for Nevada County?
I did.
Ma'am, I'd like to direct your attention to late April of 2023. Were you involved in the investigation of the stabbings that occurred in the City of Davis?
I was.
On April 30th, did you contact a woman by the name of Hannah Cheney by telephone?
I did.
Why did you contact Ms. Cheney?
We received a tip line that she possibly saw the occurrence that happened near Sycamore Park.
And did you, when you responded to the tip, were you the first law enforcement officer to your knowledge to contact her?
I believe so.
And how did you contact her?
We first spoke by phone, and then she came to the police department.
When you spoke by phone, were you wearing a body camera?
I believe so.
And can you use a body camera to record a conversation on the phone?
Yes, you can.
How do you do that?
You activate it by simply pushing the button.
And then do you put the phone on speaker?
Yes.
And did you record your telephone conversation with Ms. Cheney?
I don't recall.
Your Honor, there's a stipulation by people that the conversation on April 30th was recorded on Deputy Geoni's body camera.
Okay, do we have an exhibit number?
Yes, it will be exhibit number FF.
Okay.
I have transcripts and it's all audio, all you see is video of a phone.
Okay, so it's similar to the last one, but we'll hand out the transcripts, Deputy. For my benefit, offer proof, how long is this?
A little over 7 minutes.
7 minutes, okay.
Hello, this is Hannah.
Yeah, this is her.
Hi, this is Officer Geoni with the Davis Police Department.
Hi, thanks for calling back.
Absolutely. So I understand that you called saying that you might have seen something last night.
I just wanted to report that I was in the general vicinity, like around 9:10 when, yeah, the stabbing occurred. I was biking past and I biked past what I thought might have been someone laying down and someone calling the police over them. But I didn't stop at the time just because my phone had died and I think I was a little shaken from what happened with the other stabbing. But I did go to report that I saw that. Yeah, and I think it wasn't the vicinity. The guy who was calling the police was a taller guy. I saw in the article there seemed to be a resident that was responding, so I think that's what was going on there. But I was heading from Sycamore to the Arroyo side, so I passed the bridge, and when I got past the bridge, I did see someone running towards the crime scene who, like, could fit the description for, like, the 5'8" guy with longer hair. I don't know if he would have run, if it makes sense that he was running towards it or anything, but I just do want to report because that's what I saw when I biked past last night.
Okay. And this subject that you saw running toward that area, you said that you were on the Sycamore side, you had biked over to the Arroyo side?
Yeah, I was heading in the Arroyo direction, back towards West Davis.
Okay. Back towards...
And I saw... Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure I get that info correct. And can you describe that subject that you saw running?
Yeah, I do remember he had longer hair.
Was that like to his shoulders or past?
It was tied back, so it's hard to tell, but I would say it's probably about to the shoulders. There's a curly ponytail. And I do remember they were wearing a hoodie. The hood wasn't up though. I just remember thinking it didn't look like a typical doggy outfit or anything. And they were running back across the bridge. So yeah, they were heading, and that is treating. But
that's okay.
I was heading off the bridge. I was turning left, and they were coming from the way. The road that was like to the left when I come off the bridge and turning to go onto the bridge.
Okay. And did you notice any other clothing besides a hoodie? Any hats, pants, or shorts?
I'm trying to think. I remember seeing, I'll have to think more on it. I remember seeing some red in there. And yeah, like maybe red in the shorts. And I want to say he was wearing a white hoodie too, but I don't know. I think I was just shaken up from what I possibly could have seen before. So I'm almost saying where I remember was 80% accuracy right now. I'll keep thinking about it though.
That's okay. And did you see anyone going away from the male that you saw lying on the ground and the other male helping? Did you see anything else past them? Or was it just them two alone?
It was just them two alone.
Okay. And did you do this guy? How far did you see this guy run past the on the bridge? Did she just kind of pass you, and that was kind of the most?
Well, he turned to get on the bridge. I didn't look back or anything because we passed each other, but I do know he was definitely turning to get on the bridge.
Okay.
He looked younger too. I want to say early 20s, maybe late teens.
Okay. And was he Hispanic, white, black? Could you tell?
I think I do remember kind of tannish skin, Hispanic or Middle Eastern.
All right. And then any tattoos or anything like that? Facial hair?
No. Oh, he might have had a little bit of facial hair. No tattoos that I saw.
Okay. And then no glasses or anything?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Okay. Any shoes? Do you remember shoes by chance?
There might have been some red on the shoes.
Possibly red on the shoes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Hannah. I think that is all we need from you. I so appreciate you calling us. I know it's a lot to be on your mind, so take care of yourself, okay? Absolutely. And if you need to reach out to anyone, call your family, call your friends, reach out to whoever you need to, okay? And then I also want to give you my direct line in case you remember anything else or anything that kind of strikes your memory, because that, when something like this happens, it's like all a lot, right, to take in.
Yeah.
So sometimes it can kind of come back later. So if you remember anything else later on, I want you to give me a call or even text me if you don't want to call me, okay?
Okay, this one's good.
Okay, is this a number that I can text?
Yeah, the 502 number is, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and text you right now from my work phone, and that way, just text that number back if you remember anything else, okay?
I will, yeah, I do remember I didn't hear any commotion or anything biting up on it. I think, yeah, I don't remember hearing anything. Yeah, but thank you. I'll definitely reach out if I think of anything else.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you so much, Hannah. Oh, and then one last thing, can I just get your date of birth as well?
Yeah, it's August 1st, 1996.
Okay. All right, hon, I'm gonna go, but if you remember anything else, give me a call, okay?
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Absolutely. Have a good rest of your day, okay?
Goodbye.
Okay, thank you. So we'll send the transcripts down the line.
Do you need this copy, Your Honor?
Okay, Mr. Hutchinson. Okay.
I'm going to sit down because I'm looking at my computer, so I apologize.
No worries.
Deputy Geoni, very important questions. What does do mean?
Oh, yes. That is something, a habit of mine that I do when I'm thinking on the spot. So,
You've heard other people use words in a similar way?
yes.
When did you write a report summarizing this conversation?
I did.
Were you taking notes during this conversation?
I was.
When you wrote your report, did you review your body camera or did you base that on your notes?
I reviewed my body camera as well as the in-person interview.
Did you review your report before you came today?
Yes, briefly.
Do you recall hearing on that recording where Ms. Cheney said that the person might have had a little bit of facial hair?
Yes.
In your report, did you write that Ms. Cheney told you that the person did not have facial hair?
I don't recall that specific.
Can you refresh your memory to look at your report?
It would.
Do you have it with you?
I do.
Did you look to the third paragraph, last line?
Yes. Yes, I see that here.
So, what did you write in your report?
I wrote that it didn't appear he had tattoos or facial hair.
Was that a mistake?
Yes, I believe so.
You also heard on the recording that Ms. Cheney said that this individual was definitely turning to get on the bridge?
Yes.
In your report, did you write something different?
Possibly.
Could we refresh your memory to look at your report again, fourth paragraph?
Sure. Yes, I see this here.
Okay. So Ms. Cheney told you that, quote, he was definitely turning to get on the bridge.
Yes, in
How did
the
you-
phone call.
How did you describe that in your report, though?
In the report, I was referencing the in-person interview, which she clarified that they had turned left onto the bridge.
But this report is supposed to be summarizing your interview on April 30th, right?
Correct.
So you included information from a subsequent interview and documented in your report that was said during the first interview?
I think I made a mistake. I misspoke the first time. I believe this supplement that we're referring to is solely on the in-person interview, if I remember correctly.
I'm referring to supplement 9. Is that what you have?
I don't believe it states which supplement. Oh, yes, that is what I have.
Okay.
Oh, I see here. Yes, that is what I wrote for the phone interview.
So supplement 9 is for the phone interview?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you made a mistake about when she said there was no facial hair.
Yes.
Look at the very bottom. And on this one, you're describing the phone interview, right?
Yes, I am.
And you heard her say on the recording that he was definitely turning to get on the bridge, correct?
Yes, I did.
But in your report, what did you quote her as saying?
I have her saying would you like me to direct quote what I wrote?
I'm looking at the fourth paragraph. Go
Okay.
ahead.
She mentioned this quote. She mentioned the male was running to the bridge from the, quote, left, unquote, side of where she was crossing. They directly passed each other, but it was quick. It appeared that the male was attempting to turn back onto the bridge, but she never turned around to look back to see if he did.
Would you agree that the statement, he was definitely trying to get on the bridge, has a different meaning than it appeared that the male was attempting to turn back onto the bridge?
Yes.
So that also may have been a mistake in your report.
Yes, sir.
And reports, are they expected to be verbatim words of what is said, or are they expected to be in summary?
In summary.
And is the reason you record your interview so a person can go back and hear the actual words said?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, on a different topic, at the Nevada County Sheriff's Department, are there any other employees who used to work with you as a police officer at the Davis Police Department?
Yes.
And who is that?
Be Deputy Ramos.
And is Deputy Ramos married to Sergeant Steve Ramos?
She is.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. And Mr. Vanderhoof, do you have any questions?
To mark the exhibit and transcript, and then while sitting here on the transcript, I realized that one of the lines on the heading is wrong, but the transcript itself is.
Okay. Is this an audio tape?
It's a video recording.
Objection outside scope. It's not.
Is this the second interview?
Yes.
I'm gonna allow it. And what's it marked as? 89. Okay.
Good afternoon.
So there's just a video with audio of your phone interview with Ms. Cheney. Did you subsequently conducted an in-person interview with Ms. Cheney?
I did.
And where was that interview conducted?
That was conducted at the Davis Police Department.
And did you record that interview as well?
I did.
And did you also use a body camera to make that recording?
I did.
May I first witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm approaching with what's been marked for identification purposes, 89, there's a single video file on here. I'm going to play just a small portion of it, and then I'm just going to ask you some questions, and we'll jump to about 19 minutes in.
I don't know if I threw him or if I saw him.
35 minutes in. Are you able to hear the voices here?
I can.
No. Okay. Not at all. Okay. That's
Okay. From this small portion that I played, are you able to tell whether or not this is a recording of your interview with Hannah Cheney at the police department?
Yes.
And I see that the recording is long.
Yes.
Did you spend a much more detailed amount of time with Ms. Cheney during this interview than you did during the phone interview?
I did.
And so this interview is an hour and 17 minutes long, or slightly over.
Yes.
Okay, so rather than play the entire interview here in court, if someone wanted to see exactly what Ms. Cheney said during that interview, could they review this recording?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to play just a very small portion of this recording for you. It's going to be less than 40 seconds.
Now, I'll object, not prior inconsistent statement. You got Coach.
Okay, sure, just a second. Thank you. I'll take argument sidebar. Feel free to stand up and stretch. Off the record. So if there was an objection, that objection was overruled, and I gave my reasons to counsel, and I'm allowing the playing of this video for audio in particular. 40 seconds.
So I just need a second to get to the right spot, Your Honor. Can we pass it?
You know what? This is short. They don't need it. They'll be able to hear it clearly.
I was just thinking, like, hey, there seems to be something wrong there. Like, I honestly thought, like, because I mean, it was dark and stuff. I didn't see any, like, blood or anything, so I thought it was more of a medical emergency. And I kind of, like, you know, did the logistic check of, like, okay, like, I don't know my phone, like, I'm a little bit, like, tipsy right now, like, I can't be very helpful in this situation. Like, anyway,
Okay, thank you.
So, Deputy, during your second interview at the police department, did you also talk with Ms. Cheney about the full scope of what it was that she witnessed?
Yes.
And did you clarify with her what was going on well, sorry, let's start with what's in the video. Did you hear her saying that it was dark?
Yes.
And so her statement to you was that it was dark when this happened?
Yes.
And did you hear her say that she was tipsy?
Yes.
And so did she relate to you that she had been drinking alcohol and that it did have some level of effect on her during this?
She did say that.
And did you get clarification from her at the station as to what she saw regarding a person, or her movements off the bridge and onto the bike trail?
Yes.
What did she say about that during this long format interview at the station?
Essentially, she stated that she biked past a subject laying down, another subject over her. As she went to the bridge to cross, there was a male who had passed her entering onto the bridge.
And did she say whether or not she could actually see if he was going onto the bridge or not?
She stated that she couldn't tell specifically if he entered onto the bridge.
And all of this is contained within this body cam recording that I showed you a small portion of?
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. Mr. Hutchinson, any follow-up?
Yes. So when was the second interview conducted?
I believe it was a different day, but I don't recall exactly.
The phone interview was that the day after the stabbing of Karim Abou Najm?
I believe so.
When was the second interview? Do you know?
I can't recall exactly what day.
That entire second interview was recorded.
Yes.
The prosecutor just showed you a clip. Right?
Yes.
But then he just asked you another question about another part, correct?
Of the interview?
Yeah.
Yes.
If you wanted to, you could have presented a clip from that part as well.
Objection, argumentative.
It is. Sustained.
Did you, before you testified today, did you review the video of the second interview?
I did not.
Did you review a verbatim transcript of the second video?
I did not.
So when you just answered that one question, were you basing on that of your review of the report?
Yes.
And we've already established your report of the 7-minute interview had at least 2 errors in it, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever compare your report of the second interview with the transcript to see if that had any errors?
Prior to testifying today, I did so as I wrote the report. I did not do that within getting the subpoena for this testimony.
Did you compare the transcript when you wrote the first report summarizing the 7-minute interview?
Yes, I did.
And there were still 2 errors in it?
That's correct.
Your Honor, can you just approach very briefly?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks. Off the record. Piece of evidence, and we're on the record, and I appreciate everyone's patience.
Your Honor, I do have a few more questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
After the second interview, did you ask Ms. Cheney if she would work with a sketch artist?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, was that your idea, or did someone give you that direction?
I don't recall.
Why did you want her to work with a sketch artist?
Simply just to see if she could detail the person she observed near the bridge.
So after 2 interviews, did you believe that the person she observed may have been the stabber?
Yes.
Is that why you asked her to work with sketch artists?
Again, just to see if she could give more detail, because they have a lot more expertise in bringing memory to paper.
What do you mean, bringing memory to paper?
As far as detailing, from my understanding, a sketch artist is trained to be able to place whatever they're describing and actually form a picture for us to view.
Who was the sketch artist?
I don't know.
Do you know anything about that sketch artist's background?
I do not.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that was a new area. Do you want to ask questions on it?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Deputy, there was a question about what date the second interview happened on. Would referring to your report refresh your memory on the date of the second interview?
It would.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Is your memory refreshed?
It is.
What was the date of the second interview?
It was May 1st.
So one day after the first interview?
Correct.
And at the time that you did that second interview, there was still a potential serial killer at large in the city of Davis.
That's correct.
And so the Davis Police Department was following every possible lead in the case, correct?
Yes.
Regardless of how little value that lead may ultimately have.
Yes, that's correct.
And Mr. Hutchinson asked about your hour and 17 long minute body camera. To your knowledge, is there a transcript of that that's already been prepared?
Possibly, yes.
Have you seen one?
I have not.
So you wouldn't know whether or not there is a transcript or not?
I wouldn't.
Enough for here.
Okay. That concludes the testimony of now Deputy Geoni.
Thank
Did I
you.
get the name right?
You did.
Okay,
Yes.
awesome. Thanks for making time for us. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, does that bring us to the issues that I need to work with you on?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So we're going to do something a little different then. We're going to take a mid-afternoon break earlier, and it's going to be longer because I need to work with the lawyers on a few issues. So I think what we'll do is take a half hour. That gives me 15 minutes to work with the lawyers, and then that gives staff and the lawyers a break. So if we run a little longer, just don't worry. I'm working on the case. I'm trying to get to you. But this is gonna be a half hour, and you won't get another break necessarily for the rest of the afternoon, other than stretching and things like that. Maybe you will, but I'm gonna try to keep things moving. Okay, so with that, remember the three-part admonition, and I'll see you in a half hour for the final session today. Thank you, folks. Off the record. Presence of the jury, and we have a couple issues I wanted to address. First, there was an objection earlier by the prosecution to admissibility of defendant's video statement to the police. The objection is overruled. The defense will be allowed to play the video evidence as the defense has argued, and as the court has indicated earlier. evidence is not offered for the truth of the matter. It is being offered as circumstantial evidence of a serious mental health condition, which is the central issue in this case. This is a first-degree murder charge. The state of mind of the defendant and his mental health as it relates to premeditation, deliberate and willful conduct is front and center. This evidence is highly relevant, and it's evidence relied upon by the doctors in diagnosing the defendant with a serious mental health illness. It is consistent with prior testimony regarding the behavior and appearance of the defendant, and consistent with the symptoms of schizophrenia and a serious mental health condition. And again, in this case, it's not being offered for the truth of some denial that he did not commit these offenses. That the defense is conceding the truth of the stabbings. And so perhaps if this were a different case and not one involving a claim of mitigated mental health in a first-degree charge, there might be a different outcome. The rule of law, of course, is set forth, as I mentioned earlier, in the Law Commission notes on Evidence Code 1250, and it's also in the case cited by the people in their brief, in their introduction. People v. Ortiz explains the difference between state-of-mind evidence and non-hearsay circumstantial evidence for one's state of mind. this context, they can do it in rebuttal.
That's fine, but
Yeah.
what he just said about there will absolutely be a contact, that is completely contradictory to what Officer Story testified to. He said he has contact every day when there's no recording whatsoever.
I thought he said that.
Yeah, and so what the prosecutor just said, maybe they're gonna produce another officer who will say that, but that's not what Officer Story said. He said.
Well, they're allowed to try.
I
So,
understand.
yeah, absolutely. So that's part of your rebuttal case. I understand. Thanks for sharing that with me. Okay, all right. I think that's pretty good. So jumping back to the video, I did want to make one additional observation. And that is that I am allowing the playing of the full video. And I think that if you just if you applied 352 and you took excerpts of it, you wouldn't capture the full magnitude of the behavior and the conduct of the defendant. So I understand the defense has asked for the full video, and I see the logic of that. I do think it's relevant, and I think that 352 is not a concern here, that the probative value clearly outweighs the additional time spent on that. So although that wasn't an argument that was being made, I did want to make that record on that. Okay, so with that then, how much time will Muscardini take?
No, I'm just gonna lay the foundation. I may ask him some questions as we go
Sure.
along, but his questions will be short, but he would have to sit here to watch the video. We could have him come back after the fact if he doesn't want to sit and watch the entire video, but.
He has to watch the video with all of us. He's the witness.
Okay.
Yeah, he needs to be here.
And-
So make sure he takes a bathroom break like all of us. Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's the way it works.
Okay, then I'm just gonna ask him, is this?
Right.
And then go from there?
One last question to all of the lawyers as a matter of jury management. We're going to start at or about 2:45, and then we're going to roll into what you're estimating is 5.5 hours.
I believe it's a little over 6.
Right, because you're doing the Torres tail end of it. So I may direct you to stop it every half hour for a stretch break. Yeah, and so anyway, I'm going to try to do that. Thank you, folks. Yes, sir.
Unrelated issue.
Yes.
There's been both in our trial brief and then subsequently we made requests for judicial notice, and the court granted the first, and I'm just guessing that the court is like.
The sundown?
Yes.
Yeah, that request for judicial notice is granted, and the court will make part of the record the calendar for April on its own motion that's granted, and mark that as a court exhibit. Thank you. Off the record. Yeah, we're off. But what else? Yeah.
I was going to draft an instruction that.
case 23-1391, in a jury trial, defense case, taking evidence, and we are on the afternoon session. So, Mr. Hutchinson, you're calling Sergeant Muscardini?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, let's get him. We are going to go through the process one more time, sir. So come on in. We will administer the oath and have a speak.
Did you solemnly swear to swear to give in the cause not made for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Matthew Muscardini. It's MATHEWMUSCARDINI.
Hasn't changed.
I spelled it right.
Thank you for being here, and thank you
Thanks.
for your patience with the court.
Yeah.
Your testimony is important to us. And Mr. Hutchinson, your witness.
Sergeant Muscardini, who made the decision that you would be one of the detectives who would interview Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I don't think anybody made the decision since I had made contact with them initially. And I was one of the detectives that was a part of the investigation. I was a part of the interview.
When you made contact with him initially, what other detective was with you?
Officer Yu, or Detective Yu.
Why was the decision made that it would be Sergeant Ramos and not Detective Yu who would conduct the interview with you, if you know?
I don't know.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit DB.
Double D.
Double D. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the interview room that we, at the Davis Police Department.
And do you see the date and time noted in the left-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
And what date and time is this video starting at?
May 3rd, 2023 at 5:37 p.m.
Have you watched this surveillance video before?
Yes, I have.
Not surveillance, but interview video?
Yes.
When people move within the room, are there little lines that will indicate that someone's body is moving? Have you seen that?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, we'll just
Okay.
play the video.
Well, hold on. Tell me when you're going to actually play the video, because I want to instruct the jury.
Right now.
Okay, this is, you're ready to start?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the piece of evidence that is on the screen is perhaps over 6 hours long, okay? And I believe the intent is to play it straight through, okay? So, I just wanted to alert you that that's what we're going to be doing. We will not be finishing that today, so we'll have to continue it tomorrow when we start. All right? And so I would draw your attention to this piece of evidence and do the best you can to maintain focus on it. I intend, and I told the lawyers to try to take a stretch break, perhaps every half hour. Okay? And that's my plan right now. If I feel the need to take more breaks, we may do that too. But I wanted you to understand what we're doing right now, okay? So that's where we're at, and I appreciate your attention to this piece of evidence. Okay, and then, even though it's late in the afternoon, how would you like the lights? What do you think is best?
Whatever the court feels is best for viewing the video.
Okay, I think we should, I'm gonna poll the jury. Okay, show of hands whether you want the lights off. Majority rules. Dim. Dim, yeah, dim. Oh, okay, I can see the lobbying going on too. Thank you, folks, I appreciate it. So we're gonna dim the lights, not darken the lights. The middle lighting. Yeah. Okay, thank you, folks. All right, Mr. Hutchinson.
Yes, and I'm going to turn it on.
I have to stop here to get into the right screen. I apologize.
Hello? Yeah, you only know himself? Yeah. Then who's that going to be? Come on, come on. Warm in here, huh? A little bit. If you want us to soda or anything, just let me know, okay? If you want something else to drink or soda or something, you food here. Oh. All right, so you're from Oakland. How old are you? 21. So you go to UC Davis, right? Yeah. What are you studying there? Bioscience. Bioscience? What's your interest in bioscience? Just out of curiosity.
Nursing. Mainly, like biology.
Okay.
Like,
So do you have any specific type of nursing you want to try to get into?
like a RN nurse or a PA. I'm still deciding.
Sorry, figuring out.
Anything else?
What drew you to nursing?
Huh?
What drew you to want to be nursing as opposed to any other of the medical fields?
Medical,
Well, being a nurse between, being a nurse versus a paramedic versus, a doctor versus a surgeon, as far as, medical field's pretty broad.
I'll say, it just brings my attention because of nurses it's they have they have the schedule they go and then they mainly check the person. Or the patient and then the medical about the medical field. I weren't like sure about like nursing, like then like I wanted like looking at the medical field.
So this quarter,
There was like other options.
are you in the fourth quarter right now, or is it still the third?
It's the third quarter, or it's second.
Second, wait, do you on quarters or semesters?
It's quarters.
On quarters. So right now, which quarter are you guys in?
Just the second.
Second. What's your class look like right now?
Like the class one.
Yeah, which classes are you taking right now?
I'm taking 2 psych classes and 1 bio, and that's about it.
How are your grades?
Right now, school's just started, but I haven't keeping up with the work. But I have to like make up for it. Like I have to take some of my other classes.
So it's been a little rougher of a quarter for you than before?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at, I had a vague interest, I guess, in the medical field. And there's a point where I think like being more of an EMT or a paramedic, because the level of training is about here versus nurses and doctors and surgeons, to be honest. I was good in biology, but that was it. Any other science classes are destroying me. If you have math in there, I'm done. Not a chance. What, when you first got accepted, what kind of grades did you have to have to get even accepted to UC Davis?
I got to Davis with a 3.8, 3.8 about something there.
What high school did you come from?
From Castle.
I saw that.
CASTLEMENC.
Castleman, yeah, if you want to. Is that in Oakland or is it?
Yeah.
When you go home to Oakland, you have parents live there, family, you said you had family there.
Yeah, I haven't been there.
When's the last time you were home?
I was there. But that's about it.
How long was that, I think?
I'll say like a year.
Those many years now.
Yeah.
Do you even keep in contact with your family?
Yeah.
Give a phone. Give a phone.
No, not right now. But yeah.
What's your phone number?
519-693-1899.
That's a cell phone.
Yeah.
Okay, where's that at? Yeah, what you said?
No.
Yeah.
No, that's just like my last one.
Your phone number? So do you have an active phone right now? That's a meeting to call. If I talk to you tomorrow, I can get a hold of you.
No, I have like to like the internet,
So you got messaging or? Okay. Do you have like an email account or?
yeah,
What's your email?
CR ARLO David, or yeah, David E. Or UC Davis.
Yeah, UC
Davis.
.edu.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay. Cool. So CRARLO at Domi or DOMI.
Yeah.
Okay. Sweet. I thought just if I need to hold it some other time, if you and Anthony and get some kind of contact. Somebody. So somebody was saying you're going to the store, coming from the store, when you got out by the cops.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little more about one of the things you had on. You had a knife in your bag. Does that sound familiar? You don't know?
I didn't have a knife in my bag.
Did you have a knife by your person? There's a black knife that you had.
No.
No? Oh, okay. That must be, I would probably have to check that again. Make sure my facts are straight. What's your address in town?
72. Other
Okay. And do you have any roommates?
Yeah.
What are their names?
One of them is, his name is, I think it's,
Bill? Are your roommates, do you get all at the same age? Or close?
About, I'll say.
Are they all students or?
Yeah.
Okay. So how many roommates, do you have 4 roommates total or is it
4 roommates total.
Okay. So there's 5 people in the house together, total, with you?
Yeah.
Okay. So Phil, what?
Phil, Darren, Phil, Darren, and, I can't remember their name.
The other guys? The 2, are they male, female?
Huh?
Are they men, women?
Yeah.
So it's 5 guys in the same house?
Yeah.
Alright, that's fine. You don't remember. It's not a big deal. How long have you been living in the same house for the last 2 years or have you lived different? Are you working right now?
No.
Just full-time student?
Yeah.
I know we were talking about your family a little bit. What's your dad, your mom, they still live together? Or are they separated?
Separated.
What's your mom's name?
P D A R L A.
Barlow. What's your last name?
D O M I.
Okay. Do you know her phone number or her address?
I don't know. Eight six two. 6 0 8 8 or 6 0 6 8 6 0 6 8
6 8. Okay. And do you remember her address?
no.
What's your dad? You know where his name is?
Mm-hmm.
Brothers, sisters? Any siblings?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been in trouble before? Like with the police? Or,
no.
No, not in Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
You live more other than Oakland and Davis? Did you live in a different city?
No.
Have you ever had a job?
No.
Have you ever thought about working before coming, like, becoming a nurse? Maybe you have, a couple years of school, then nursing
I've been
school.
thinking about, like some internships to apply to see, just to get some experience. But besides that, not really.
What kind of internships are you looking at?
Mainly internships, like community based. Normally, yeah.
Doing what? What kind of work are you interested in?
Mainly helping people. That's why I've been looking into the RN and the nurse.
I'm sorry, John, how old did you say you were?
21.
21, okay. And is it JON or JOHN?
JOHN.
Okay. You're 21, when's your birthday?
10/10. 9/9.
So you're turning, how old this year?
22.
You're turning 22 this year? Okay. This is a little puzzle because the math didn't quite add up. That's why I was asking, because you say you're 21 and born 1999. You turned 24 this year. So did I make a mistake in writing that down? Did I mishear you?
No, it should be.
Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, but actually 10/10, 01.
Of 01?
Yeah.
So 10/10 of 2001.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 10. That's just a mistake. So you just forgot.
Yeah, I think I just kind of forgot.
Okay. Are you, man, are you afraid of me?
No.
Okay. I just want to make sure that you're not afraid. Typically, people are going to get scared. Then they mix up facts and they mix up numbers and birthdays. It's just an odd one about forgetting the year you're born and messing up. And you have no math major, but this is a pretty easy one. But, so you're sure you're not 22 this year?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay, man? You sure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you still not hungry?
No.
rights. Obviously, you're not handcuffed or anything, but this is something that I have to do. Have you ever seen like cop reviews or anything? With legal rights? I'm going to read them to you, so just to make sure you understand, okay? And then we can keep talking about them, but variety of different things. Yes, you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that? You do? Okay, can you just sit for a while or something like that? You know? Oh, yeah. Okay, because if you don't, then I can explain more in depth. I just want to make sure you get it. Anything you say maybe you just can't see on court. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. You have the right to the presence of an attorney before and during any questioning. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. If you cannot afford an attorney, we'll be appointed to you free of charge for any questioning if you want. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. So we do those 4 things. I just want to make sure that you understand everything as I read it to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Going back to the birthday thing, you said, I just want to make sure that you're over 18. You're an adult,
yeah.
right? Okay. What did you do for your birthday last year in October?
Let's see. At my place.
Did your place? Do you,
I don't really do much.
you don't do much? You a gamer?
Not really.
Really? Well, everybody's a gamer now. It's rare that I find somebody who isn't. But you're not big into video games?
No.
What do you do for fun? Let's step out for a second.
Did you need anything else?
Like, what excites you? Like, what's fun for you?
I'll say, music.
Music? What kind of music do you do?
You mentioned rap music or something in the car. Yeah, I'm into rap music and, R&B.
Okay. So the big question is, do you like the newer stuff or the older stuff?
I'll say I like the older stuff.
There you go. I can get down with the older stuff. I can't get into the newer stuff. Just never really liked it. Do you have like Instagram?
Yeah.
What's your your handle?
Are you back all the time?
I would say so. Yeah. Well, I think I'm more like a pilot. Maverick.
Yeah.
What's your Instagram name thing?
T-R-E-A-O-X-E-L and then N.
Okay.
O-S-A.
Was there 2 N's or just 1 N?
Or actually, no spot. N-O-S-V-A.
VA. Okay. Like, what did that tell me? Like, how do you say that?
Treox, like Treox, no spot.
So TREAOXELNOSVA. What is that? What does that mean?
To me?
Yeah.
I'll say it's like it's something with me, within the what I'm trying to say, but the trail, or that's like what the first 3 words is it's just like tree, like TREA, but then it's just like and then the other like the oxymal spot is just like something that like keep in mind. And I just like kind of like put those like within like my perspective to see like what I could create and yeah, I like to see like what it could like create so long.
So on the personal side, what does it mean for you? Is this a spiritual meaning? Is it emotional? Is it an intellectual meaning? Or what's the meaning? Like, what does it mean to you?
So it's like like another way of like trying to like describe something, but like with intent. Like it means like, and like that's what like what like I want to like show like what it means. Like I don't know. I see like different meanings within there.
Okay.
But to me, to answer like your question, I think it's like sounds like I think it's like just to grow like yeah.
Is there any other like social media that you use in your accounts?
No.
You don't have a Snapchat or a Facebook or?
No, not really.
Not really. Where do you get like your news from? Do you watch TV at all?
No.
You don't watch TV?
No.
Do you stream movies, shows? Are you into like watching anything?
No.
Have you ever been into?
I have been like live streams.
Yeah, or yeah, whether it's the live stream on a specific channel about a subject or a topic, or you know, any podcasts type of stuff, any movies you're into, whatever you used to be.
Not really.
What do you do for fun?
Just like music. That's about it.
So take me through like a typical day. Today's Wednesday. So about what time do you think you woke up today?
Most pretty early, like I'll say, or at least to me, like 7, around like 7.
Yeah. So take me through the day. Woke up about 7 o'clock.
Yeah, I woke up, got some work done, and that's about it in the night. And then after I was done.
Thanks. All right, we're going to take a stretch. Let's raise the blinds just for a minute. Put them back down in a second. I'm going to stand up and stretch. Off the record. Any word, did traffic clear? Have we heard?
You're probably cleared only to have another wreck.
I'm looking, like I said earlier, I'm looking forward to a Waymo world. Or whatever competitor comes up with something in that market, yeah. Okay, thank you all. Yep. Okay, back on the record, we just took a very brief break, and we're going to resume the video in just a moment.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Right, yeah, just a moment too. So technology-wise, I see the line that you asked them about, right? When I watched this, I was getting the line without the shaded filler to the box.
Okay.
So I don't know if there's a way that you can sort that for us, technology-wise.
Are we on record now?
Yeah, we are on record.
So you see the boxes when there's movement?
Yes.
Had you seen that before?
I had, yeah. I didn't remember, but yes.
Have you seen the boxes kind of light up for you and Detective Ramos?
I have.
Since we've been watching, how many times have you seen the box for Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I don't think I saw it once, but
Sir, why did you, well, was Mr. Reales Dominguez under arrest at this time?
I don't remember if that.
You said you didn't read him his Miranda rights at the scene because he wasn't under arrest.
Correct.
So all that's transpired since you left the scene was he was transported and led to the interview room, correct?
Correct.
So is he under arrest now?
Objection, relevance.
To be honest with you, I don't remember if he was under arrest at that point.
Have you told him he's under arrest at this point?
No.
So why did you read him his Miranda rights? Or why did Sergeant Ramos read him his Miranda rights?
Because we were going to ask him questions about what we were investigating.
My question is, what changed between him being questioned at the scene, where you said you didn't have to read him his Miranda rights, to being transported to the station? What factor caused you to now read him his Miranda rights?
I don't know. I didn't read them.
Right, but hold on. So back to the question I asked you, do you know technology-wise how to get at least the shading off?
I do not.
Okay. And then the second question is, I feel like that's the audio. I mean, you selected the audio level, and it is difficult to pick up some of it.
I have as high as it can go.
Right. I feel like that's the best you can do, and I just wanted to admonish the jury. This is a piece of evidence. You know, I can't make it any better than it is. And once admitted, you will have access to this in jury deliberations. So I just wanted to share that with you. Okay. Thank you, counsel. Go ahead.
I went to get some food now. What kind of work did you get done? Some schoolwork. Which classes you work on? I had 2 psych classes that I'm taking.
What day do you go to school?
I have class every day.
Did you go to class today?
No, I didn't.
Which class were you supposed to go to today?
The psych class.
So you said 2 psych. What are the names of each of those classes?
One is psych 40, human memory, and the other one is psych 40, or psych 30, learning development.
Did you have to submit anything today?
Oh, yeah.
Did you get anything done that you're supposed to submit?
Yeah.
So was it supposed to be a difficult assignment or papers, projects?
It was some projects, but, no.
Alright. So you woke up 7 o'clock, got some schoolwork done, and then you went, where'd you go get food?
I went to the store.
Which one?
To Safeway?
Safeway?
Yeah.
Which Safeway did you go to?
The one by the plaza.
Well, they're both in plazas. Do you know like the street that it's on?
No, I don't.
How far from your house is it?
I say, like, almost an hour.
An hour walk?
Yeah.
You did walk, I'm sorry, I didn't know you walked. Did you walk or ride a bike?
Yeah.
Do you have a bike?
No.
Do you have a car?
No.
Have you ever had a license?
No.
You ever want to get one?
Yeah.
What stopped you from getting one?
I just haven't been, like, looking for a license yet.
Did you take like the driver's ed class when you were in high school?
I took the permit, but I didn't go to the driver license.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Do you know how to ride a bike?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you not have one?
No.
Have you ever had one since you lived in Davis?
Yeah.
What kind of bike do you have?
I don't remember.
How long since you had it?
It's been a bit, actually. Like, like a year.
Yeah. So today's Tuesday or Wednesday. So luckily you're in the memory class. So you understand how the brain works. These are the basics, right?
Yeah.
So going backwards to last night. Do you remember what you did last night?
Yeah.
Okay. Take me through last night. Start with like what time you went today.
Sounds like I can't remember. We were like,
We had late.
yeah, looks like it was pretty late.
Pretty late. What were you doing?
Just listening to music.
What do you use, like Spotify, iTunes, or Apple Music, or?
Nah, I just have like a playlist, and then I just like go off like the playlist.
Kind of, is it the old school rap and R&B, or is it something different?
No, it's like the YouTube music.
Gotcha. So last night I played, what did you do yesterday? Like through the day on Tuesday.
I just like went over like just some work and yeah, that's about it.
What kind of work were you doing?
Just some schoolwork.
Just schoolwork on all three classes, or?
No, just the other classes I'm taking.
Yeah, which one?
The bio class.
That was bioscience, right?
No, it's ABG. And yeah, it's ABG.
ABG.
Mm-hmm.
How do you make money, John? Or how do you like pay the bills and your rent and all that kind of stuff?
Right now, I'm a student, so they like help me with financial aid. And yeah, that's about it.
So financially, you get just a lump sum at the beginning of the school year, or do they? So I know it's getting a little personal, but what was that lump sum this year? You know how much it was?
Wasn't it like what do you mean like
Like how much money do you financial aid?
I said it was around like 2 months of work. Yeah.
How much is your rent? What's your house on off for?
About like one.
One month.
About 1,000.
A month. How do you pay that?
I just like with the financial aid, like they like I don't know, like they do like the
So when is the store to buy food? Do you use cash? Use a card?
I use cash.
You have cash?
Mm-hmm.
About how much do you think you spent on food?
Like around 20.
About $20. What did you buy?
Some bread, some bread, fruit, and I had gotten some drink, and that's about it.
You're carrying a bag, that grocery bag?
Yeah.
Was that yours brought from home to get your groceries? I mentioned before that there's a knife in your bag. Do you recall that knife?
No, I don't.
Do you know how that would have gotten into your bag? Have you ever owned a knife?
No.
Do you have any interest or fascination in, knives or sharp things?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. Just from personal side, I'm always wanted a knife guy, but I like when I get a little specific on brands and types. I have a preference dog, a little better quality. I only have one because they're expensive. So when I get that type, and some people like, the bench-made is more of a higher and expensive one, which is why I don't own one. So I was in the middle of the road. Gerber makes decent knives that are affordable. Gerber's nice. Do you have any preferences or anything you like?
No.
None that you can think of, or you just never really had to pay attention?
Yeah, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Mm-hmm.
Have you, used any drugs?
No.
Or drink?
No.
It's gotta be deal. I'm just,
No.
okay. You never have, or just not right now?
I don't think I have.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me bounce around a little bit. Cover Wednesday, Tuesday. Can we do Monday?
Monday.
Yeah. Have you been to school at all this week?
Yeah.
Which days do you go to school?
Monday students, man. 10 classes.
Which classes do you have on Monday?
The psych classes.
So you have both side classes on what, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday?
Yeah. Yeah.
And your bio classes Tuesday and Thursday?
Yeah.
So your bio class is lab?
Yeah.
So is the lab class, how long is that?
About depends on 2 to 3 hours. 2, 4, somewhere around there.
Okay, so you go to school on Monday, just not today. Until you would have had bio, right?
Yeah.
Or until you would have psych.
Yeah. Today I would have my psych classes and then, yeah.
So you went to both your psych classes on Monday?
Yeah.
What times are they at?
One of them is at 3 and the other one is at 6.
Do you know where they're at with what alternate or what class number?
Yeah, one of them is at Loma and the other one is at California.
Hey John, can you remind me of the spelling of your last name? I know you told me out when we were talking. How do you spell your last name?
J-O-A-S.
And what was your middle name again?
This is John Joyce.
You don't have a middle name?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It was John or Jonathan?
John.
John, okay. Alright, so you had both classes on Monday?
Yeah.
Okay. And you walked, it was a pretty short walk from your house to the university.
Yeah, it's pretty, doesn't take so long.
To be at your class on time at 3, what time do you have to do the house by?
It's pretty quick, a few minutes before.
What did you miss? Like,
40 years.
40?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if you leave 4 minutes early before class, you'll be on time?
Yeah. If I leave like somewhere in between there, I should be there like on time.
Today, what time's your bio class at on Tuesdays?
I have one, and I have another one at like 3.
What's the other class at 3?
It's like the way it goes with the ABG.
So is the last portion of it?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's that class at?
That one's at Wellman.
Wellman, like W-E-L-L-M-A-N?
Yeah.
Right. So into your classes, what did you do after that? So your psych class got up at like 7:15?
Yeah, 7. Went along with my day, and then went to class, and then yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Well, after class?
And just went to like Monday class, and then just went over like what I had to get done.
After class, where did you go?
I went back to my place.
Yeah. Your roommate see you there?
I don't know if they did. I'm not sure.
Okay. So what time do you think you got home?
I'll say going to the same level. Like fine, right?
I don't know what that means. What does the time frame is?
Like 40 minutes to get back, so like 4 somewhere around there.
At 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
So if you have class at 3, and class at 6 on Monday, just psych classes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So after your class starts at 6, do you have 6 o'clock class?
No. For the 6 o'clock class, I was there.
You went to your class?
Yeah.
So what time did it end?
Like 8.
Okay. What time do you think you got home?
Like 8, 40, 30.
You weren't sure if your roommates would have seen you come home?
No.
Did you leave your house that night after that?
No.
And then you went to bed about what
Also, like, tennis.
And you don't think your roommate saw you at home? Is there anybody that can say that they saw you at home?
No.
Would it surprise you to know that people are saying you weren't at home Monday night? Could you get mistaken?
I don't think so.
You gonna go for a walk?
No.
There's so many truths about who you are and what your real name is.
Yeah.
You understand how fingerprints work?
Yeah.
We're going to see your fingerprints. You're going to run through the database. We're going to get to the truth here in about 20 minutes. Just want you to opportunity first, before we get on that path, and ask you face to face, man to man, if you're telling me the truth. Because we're going to find out for sure. Okay. What's your real name and your date of birth?
John, Joseph, and then 1010, and then 01.
1010 of 01, and how old are you?
21.
21. And how old are you going to turn this year? 22.
Hey John, are you sure your real name's not Carlos?
No.
Do you know any Carloses?
Yeah.
Who's Carlos to you? Or what Carlos is, do you know? Do you have a roommate named Carlos? A friend named Carlos?
No.
Do you know any Carloses?
No.
So when we take your fingerprints, you're not going to be Carlos?
No.
So I wish you understand at this point, lying to us is illegal. You can't lie to us, giving us a fake name. Fake birthday is actually a crime. So I want you understand that.
Is your last name Reales? Do you know that last name?
No.
Have you ever heard of that last name before? Is that like your old name and now you've changed your name?
Whether like legal or illegal, like the court citizens or not, have you ever changed your name?
No.
Or wanted your name to be something else, or had an old name die?
No.
Okay. Monday night, you're sure you weren't out for a walk?
No.
So is there any reason why video cameras all over downtown saw you out for a walk? There's a lot of them downtown. Help me through this.
a lot easier to be honest, John, than to not be honest.
The problem with lying is having to remember all the lies and coming back to them. You may tell the truth, and you also think about lies, what you said, what you didn't say. Especially things like your birthday, simple things like that, but you got to do your own. Because I can tell you that I've seen you, I've seen videos of you. Us running across you today wasn't a coincidence. I've been looking for you. But we understand why we have you on video.
I'm not sure.
There's only one reason why, it's because you're out and about. It's the only reason why you're on video. I can see you clear as day on several different cameras.
Can you explain it, John?
I'm not going, I'm sorry. I'm not going away. I'll be as long as it takes.
Hey, John, we're not saying you're a bad guy, we're just trying to understand what's going on. Can you tell us what's going on?
No.
Pull your hands up on the table. Where'd this come from? How'd you get that?
I just like accidentally like,
You're emotional like that. I'm not worried about this. I want you to explain to me what that was.
yeah, I wouldn't know how to explain.
I'll try. Too reasonable.
Like it was just like with like pencil, like just
Just like pencil's wrong.
just like stabbed it.
Just not a pencil. Two that's long time, that's not a pencil.
None of those are from a pencil.
This one is right here.
No. That's not from a pencil. Take your accessory off. Don't worry.
I might have some. No. Actually, maybe grab some for me. Any reason you don't want to tell us how you got those marks in your hands? I think you want to tell us why. But you're coming up with other excuses. Am I right? So, it was just like, you tell me. It was just like what? Are you able to answer that?
What was the question?
I was asking him how he actually got that cut on his hand. I don't believe that it was from a gun.
Yes and no. Okay. Go ahead and take your sweatshirt off. Yeah. Okay. Do you have any other injuries, scratches? You sure? You sure? Do you know what your average resting heart rate is?
What the BPM?
Yeah.
Like 120 over 80.
Your resting heart rate, beats per minute. I'm not asking what your blood pressure is. How many times when you're resting should your heart be pumping per minute?
Per minute?
Yeah.
Say, about the same. Like,
Not the same? What's the same?
like your pulse, like,
Yeah, what's your pulse?
120, 80, or something.
You want to get nerves. What's your resting heart rate? The typical resting heart rate should be average.
Say, as long as it's within 1 and 120, and like over 8, I think.
Tell me what 120 over 80 means. How would you explain that, your pulse?
It's like the pulse within the minute, like how you like you take the pulse and then just take it over the minutes with a second, and then
So you tell me that your pulse is 120 beats per minute over 80 seconds per hour? Does that sound right?
yeah.
Okay. It's not that. I just made that up. It's not making any sense. Okay. Yeah, I've seen that. You guys are telling me the truth. Really formal. I'm not here by accident. This isn't a coincidence that we'll drive around and see you. What was the other park that you were at when we first started watching you?
What was that?
What was the name of the park that you were at when we started watching you?
I was in my place.
Your roommates see her?
No.
You ever heard anybody before?
No.
You ever wanted to hurt anybody before?
Not really.
Tell them the knife in your backpack, on your back. You're missing a piece of that knife, making it dangerous. What piece is missing from it?
I'm not sure. I did have to look at the knife.
You did. You did. If you want to keep calling you John, or if we cut through that, I can just refer to you as what your real name is.
Yeah, John. John, where tracks this one.
Well, John's easier. John's easier.
Do you take any medication, John?
No.
No drugs, no alcohol, no medication?
No.
Are you supposed to be taking medication?
No.
Have you ever had a diagnosis? Anything like that?
No.
Have you ever told a lie to keep from getting in trouble?
No.
You ride the bike Monday night?
No.
Were you at the park Saturday night?
No.
About 9 o'clock.
Hey, Carlos, is your last name Dominguez?
No.
Why don't you tell us your real name? What are you hiding?
Yes, where your UC Davis email that you gave us comes back to Carlos, and then your middle name is Reales Dominguez with a Z from Oakland. Is that right?
Yeah, that should be.
It is or it isn't. It should be. That's your real name.
That's like my financial aid.
So that's your,
sorry.
oh, that's your financial aid name?
No, like that's like the info like for my financial aid.
Is that your real name or not?
No.
What's your real name?
John.
So I'm confused. So did you change your name from Carlos? Like, 'cause that used to be your name, and
something like that.
So you used to be, is it that you changed your name to John in your mind or on paper with like the state or?
Not with the state, but.
So like just for you, yourself? Like you just want to be called John, what is that? Is there a meaning behind that name?
No, yeah, that's like my name, but then for like the financial aid,
Mm-hmm.
that's like the for.
So Carlos, how do you say your middle name? Is it Reales?
No.
How do you say it?
Jones.
Is there a reason that your real name is different from your real name? So you're telling us you're John, but then you're saying financial aid is the Carlos. Is there a reason for that?
The financial aid, like they help me with like the like to like receive financial aid, and then that's like the information that I have.
So are you using someone else's information to get financial aid then, Carlos Dominguez?
No, that's the correct information, like for financial aid.
What does that mean though? Like help me understand what that means.
Like
Do you know what I mean? I mean, I'm not like the smartest person. I'm just trying to figure out like why you're using. What name are you born with?
they're like so Carlos. That's what I use for financial aid, and then John is like within that, but it's just like not.
What do you mean John's within that? What does that mean?
Like
Actually, I'm sorry. Go back to my first question.
Like Carlos, like for my financial aid has John and Joey, but it's not like all together. Like financial aid, and then there's a different like for like the school, like the financial aid, and then there's the school like information.
So what name were you born with when you were a kid growing up?
John.
Maybe it's in your birth certificate or a social security card. I think I had a social security card in school.
Yeah.
What name is on your social security card?
I don't have a security card, a social security card, but like the certificate is both.
You can't have two names on one. What name is on your birth certificate? Is there not indeed financial aid without a real name or a recognized name?
It's the Carlos one.
The Carlos. So Carlos is the name on your birth certificate. I'll keep calling you John if you like. If you prefer, that's fine. It doesn't matter to me. Your preference.
Yeah, John's fine.
Okay. And the birth date on your actual birth certificate is what?
Yeah, the 10/10/01.
No, see, that's a lot quicker. Why did you tell me at first your birth date was 10/10/99?
I'll say, kind of like got that confused a little bit.
Oh, you got that confused with me? You're doing it deliberately.
Not like the like I wasn't like really thinking about like the date of the birth. I kind of like got that like mixed up. It's all one.
Do you think that we're here to hurt you?
Oh no.
Have we been fair? Lied?
Yeah.
Do you think that we lied to you at all today?
No.
Why do you think we're here in this room right now? With yourself. People lie to me every day. I don't take it personally. I'm not offended by it. It's okay. Take a look around this room. And then watch TV. What kind of room is this?
Like, I mean, like, what it is to you, or like to...
What room is this? What did you need this room for? Be honest with yourself. Why are we here? It could depend if we're speaking in general terms. This is not what we're doing right now with you. Let's probably go off the street and bring it in here. Be honest with yourself. Why are we here with you right now in this room?
I'm not sure.
Do you think we normally drive around and grab random people and bring them here and start talking to them? Start asking them questions?
No.
So why are we here with you?
It's a lot easier just to be honest.
Why are you here, John? We don't care that your name when you were born was Carlos. That's not why we're here.
He knows that.
So why are we here? You understood my question, right? Or do you understand the question? That's why we're here? John? I just want to make sure you can hear me and that you understand the question, that's all.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I know I spoke to you a little bit earlier when we were outside. And I was talking to you about, what's going on in Davis right now. Do you remember what you said?
Yeah.
What did you say?
We had like the conversation about the whole what's been going on.
And what's been going on?
What's been happening in Davis?
Yeah, what's been happening in Davis? What's been happening in Davis, Sean? The what, John?
Like the crime alert.
Tell me about the crime alerts.
How I just how you have explained to me how the conversation we had, and then
Like what, John? It's easier to say it than to not. Because you know what the truth is. So what about the crime alerts?
I have to I just how they seen them. I didn't
I'm sorry, you said you just seeing them?
No, on the email.
Mm-hmm.
How I didn't know crime, because I just seen the notification.
Okay, what did the notification say?
Crime alert.
Okay, what did it say besides crime alert?
Counsel. Okay, 7:09:59 p.m. Make a note. Okay. Thank you. All right. To the jury, then, I mean, we're making our way through this piece of evidence. So you now understand the job that you have. So if you need to bring gum or something, you know, we will be taking breaks, but we will finish this. Okay. So whatever little device that you need to do to stay alert. It's only human nature to lose alertness sometimes when you're watching something. So I just wanted to mention that. So tomorrow we have a regular day. There are witnesses lined up in addition to the video. We'll see what we get to. And so it'll be 9:30 to 4:30, a full day tomorrow. Again, Monday is a court holiday. We'll talk more about schedule tomorrow. So remember, don't form any hard opinions about this case. Don't research the case. Don't discuss the substance of this with anyone. If you have any questions, make a note and give it to the bailiff. I'll see you tomorrow, 9:30 start. Thank you. Mr. Muscardini, Sergeant, you're done. Thank you. Thanks. See you tomorrow.